I totally read that as Mighty Morbin Power Rangers, which is a different sort of superhero, but, Mr. Don, hello Freya, hello Ivory. Whatever happens, always remember, exist. That's your wisdom of the day. Evangeline Morbin, Esquire. Oh gosh. And hello, Twin. Are we ready to morgue out, exist to suffer? This is true. This is true. Exist to spite those who oppose you. And together we unite to exist together despite those who despise us. Exist also has all the joy that you'll ever know. True. True. Exist. Exist. Come together. Exist together. And together we find all the joy we find all the joy. Take back all the joy and feel all the joy just despite all of the people out there who wish harm upon us. Who wish misery upon us. We will exist and find joy in spite of them. It's a rather somber tone to start a stream on, but this title screen does kind of give you that vibe, give off those vibes, not gonna lie. So yeah, hey, it's Morgan Monday. We're ready to morb out. Maybe the real Miss Sakura was the friends we found along the way. This is true. This is true. We went looking for Miss Sakura. We found Sai Yorno instead. We found a friend. We went looking for crime, and we found a daughter instead. Let's go to court. What do we have to catch up on here? We have a lot to catch up on here. This is my daughter. I'm so proud of her. David, here's our victim. Sense of humor, unique. Dislikes brain freeze, driving, lint. There's our hacker fella. They're doing their best. They like cinnamon toast? Honestly, good taste. Values, rarity, originality, history, vibes. You got a Gucci suspenders. Sorry for mistaking your dad for your mom in the Chapter 0 preview, Sarah. Fair. Relatable. We love his energy. At some point, existence becomes a form of Epicurean algebra of counting the balance between joy and suffering. It's not always so simple as saying that the joy makes the suffering worth it. This is correct. This is correct. Alright. Let's actually review our evidence here. Alright, the profile we should talk about is the biggest takeaway we got from the last stream. Miss Jung, VP of Android Futures, came in with David. They were kind of partners working together, coming up through the company. She kind of got promoted ahead of him, David the victim, our friend. She got promoted ahead of him, while he became the sort of the face of the company. Is she a Jung from those Jungs? A very good question. If not directly, certainly inspired. Since we are very much dealing with a pair who revolutionized the development of artificial intelligence in this future setting. Very much an intentional reference. What else can we pull up here? Lobo demands ransom. Android blood saves soldier. Here's a search terms. Cur. Yeah. So there'd be a lot to read up on here. I'm probably going to be lost as hell during all of this, but let's just roll with it. We're going gambling tonight, baby. Things are quieter than I expected here at the courthouse. Well, I've always felt courthouse is a bit of a misnomer. Government buildings is probably the best way to describe these towers. All-encompassing and impenetrably vague. 100 floors of officials and documents and paper-pushing queues. That's okay, Don. We have all the evidence we need. Morgan spilled some salt on the table. Correct. We have driven off the ghosts. Finish your Thai spicy pad. Ooh. Finish your Thai spicy pad crop pow, and now I can't feel my nose. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. The one time I went to a local Thai place near me and ordered something Thai spicy. It felt like I was eating fire. It felt like I was eating pure fire and pain. It was absolutely delicious, but it still tasted like fire. It was... I'd like to think I can handle a decent amount of spice, but I had Thai spicy once and it tasted like fire, and I probably won't do that again for quite some time. 100 floors of officials and documents and paper-pushing queues, with a couple dozen courtrooms squeezed in along the way. That's how you know it's good. You're correct. Absolutely correct. Didn't think I'd be arguing in court when I woke up today. Didn't think that my friend would be dead or that he'd ever thrust an android onto my lap either. I'd just walk in there and concede. I would be irritated and more than a little confused, but I could play it off as an exercise in grief. The android would complain, loudly of course, but I wouldn't have to listen to it. Now that it's registered in my name, I could probably just order the damn thing to reset its memory. But I haven't done that. I guess I don't plan to. Why? Must be because I have my suspicions as well. Sarah insists that David will never commit suicide. I haven't actually stopped to ask myself whether or not I agree. David was rational, subdued, private, hard on himself, and not prone to emotional outbursts. Maybe that's why I'm finding myself outside a courtroom prepared to humor and add suspicions before the state. Because I don't really believe David killed himself either. What's your progress bar at? I can confirm that I am making progress. Oh, that's right, she's decrypting. Well, shit, let's not get ahead of ourselves. But it would be difficult to summarize that progress in terms of a completion percent. Give it your best shot anyways. 4%. Are you feeling confident? Are you feeling confident in your case? Markedly less so after hearing that. Do you think the judge will be amenable to your argument? Or what are you talking about? Do you know the judge we've been assigned? Are they particularly lenient or strict? Adjutants are always a coin flip, so... You do know what an adjutant is, don't you? I watched To Kill a Mockingbird once, and that's my impressions of judges. I may have also watched 12 Angry Men. Are you expecting to see a bearded old man with a robe and a gavel when you get in there? And I also watched the Ace Attorney movie. Probably still more accurate than Windows trying to estimate any process's progress. Correct. Correct. About an hour remaining. About an hour remaining. About an hour remaining. 10 minutes remaining. 30 seconds remaining. 20 minutes remaining. 30 minutes remaining. About an hour remaining. About an hour remaining. 20 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. 3 seconds remaining. 10 minutes remaining. 20 minutes remaining. 5 minutes remaining. Done! Magical Windows works. Should I not? Adjutants are android judges, okay? With all the authority that entails. I am surprised to hear that people are willing to accept rulings made by automated dependents. Rulings come from landmark cases in the higher courts. Those are passed down by actual judges, real people with decades of study and experience. Not every eviction case or traffic ticket that ends up in court requires years of legal expertise. Sometimes all you need is a referee and a sentencing algorithm. So, androids are used to reduce caseload? Been that way for decades. But how is a law that replaced judges ever enforced? Wouldn't there be injunctions? Stalling? And judges did fight it for years at every level and in every theater. But the public lost their patience for that kind of obstruction during the 60s. The state needed to shred budgets across the board, and so judges that couldn't be replaced by years of legal battles were instead ushered into early retirement by the unrelenting force of our great nation's accountants. And it's not controversial? Having machines determine sentencing for human beings? Whatever controversy there is, it gets aimed at the machines, not the people who put them there. And machines can't lose sleep over it. Whoa, wow. Stuff like Judge Judy is still a thing, though, right? Small court settlements, homicides in exchange for a minimum payout being guaranteed. I can imagine that. Adjutants are automated dependents that preside over trials for the state. While most adjutants are designed and sold as software and then loaded onto courthouse-specific hardware, including android bodies, they can interpret trial proceedings and render judgment based entirely on stenographer records if need be, ruling on cases in an entirely digital capacity. Reviews of adjutants by third parties have shown that they are overwhelmingly more equitable and even-handed in their sentencing than human judges. Because they cannot be bribed or intimidated, adjutants are especially preferred for cases involving organized crime or corporate misconduct. Adjutants use a ninefold personality engram for rendering their judgments and building consensus, known as the nonary system among software engineers. Because each of these 9 personas are constructed by a different think tank or institution from across the political spectrum, ideological contamination in adjutant units is practically impossible. Practically. There have been a small number of reported cases where nonary processing has borne particularly enthusiastic or eccentric personas, presumably in an unorthodox, if not effective, attempt to reconcile particularly disparate opinions across their 9 constituent personalities with a single authoritative, loud voice. With the state's court backlog essentially cleared for the past half-decade, questions arose as to the continued need for adjutants to lighten the judicial system's human resource burden. But Senate Investigations Committee 74JD91 determined that removing adjutants from the legal system would be prohibitively expensive at this point. Of course it would. It's a wonderful excuse. Adjutants can't be racist. Only in 99.997% of cases, adjutants cannot be. Besides, it used to be that even the most high-profile of crimes wouldn't get a court date until weeks or months later. Nowadays, most crimes are prosecuted within a single business week. And that's not rushing things? Keeps people in my line of work on their toes, that's for sure. I'm just surprised to hear that there's so much haste. Don't they teach you about classical conditioning in android school? You gotta feed the dog immediately after you ring the bell. You're pushing the 3-day trial system, yeah. If punishment doesn't follow the crime in quick succession, the lesson doesn't stick. I see. But if adjutants are so effective, why aren't they used in every trial? Why aren't they used in politics? That's a logical question to ask. And the answer is? That logic only gets you so far when it comes to people. Doesn't everybody want the courts to be as just as possible? If adjutants are truly impartial and incorruptible, everyone wants justice, sure. There are other considerations to be had, such as disgust. What? That's all people really care about, what all their morals boil down to. Just what they do or don't find disgusting. Only problem is, everything's more palatable when viewed through a screen. So when everyone sees the world through AR and cameras and no one ever gets dirt under their fingernails, you'd be surprised what you can get away with. I don't understand. Yeah, well, therein lies the problem. World is cruel and cold. Okay. People don't actually want justice. People want things to go their way. When you can get your way and call it justice, that's a bonus. Yeah, when you get your way, you call it Jonas. Call it Jonas? What? Call it. I somehow combined justice and bonus in one word there. Oh dear. When you can get your way, you call it Jonas. Yeah, and that's how we get the Jonas Brothers. Okay, yes, excellent. Winning. Well, is Dribber okay? No, I am. No thoughts, head empty. Hi, Emma. Just a preliminary hearing, huh? You wouldn't know it from the look on her face. But I shouldn't have expected any leeway once we stepped into the courtroom. Not with her. That's the adjutant up there? Is it asleep? It's loading. It needs to load? Don't be rude. Not every ad can afford to be decked out as extravagantly as you. Especially not those that the state buys in bulk. Brain scrambled egg. Yes. Mood. Correct, Dark. There's an audience. You mean the gallery? That's nothing. It could have been a lot worse. Word of any trial in the case of David ASHUR's death must have spread like wildfire. Even a mock trial like this one. Detectives like Reyes or London would get chewed out for leaking things to the press. But uniformed officers had little to lose and a lot to gain by dropping a text to their attentive friends in the media. And then there's the corporate plants. Interns, usually. Preferably ones with modded eyes. It's illegal to film inside a courtroom, but this is the year 2086. Things are gonna get out one way or the other. I don't like having my face on camera. I don't like attention in general. I'm not such a coward that I'd skip David's funeral just because there'd be paparazzi outside of it. My pretty little likeness was gonna end up in the background of some tabloid photograph one way or another by the end of this circus. At least this way, it's decent marketing for my legal services. What will happen once the adjutant finishes loading? How will the trial proceed? My thesis broke 50,000 words in editing today. Oh no! Oh no! I hope everything's okay. With all those films you watch, I figure that you could elaborate, extrapolate. I am asking so as to correct any misconceptions. Well, everything you saw on the silver screen is outdated. The court will come to order and there will be a clarification of the charges. The defense enters a plea, and if it's not guilty, the prosecution begins making their case. That means calling witnesses to the stand, correct? Mostly. Sometimes they'll testify virtually from a separate location. Depends on the security concerns surrounding the particular individual and its case. What do you do then? Sit here and watch? Not if I want to get paid. Cross-examine witnesses after the prosecution are done questioning them. I can present evidence or witnesses of my own in response, as long as I have discovery backing me. You said that before. Discovery means just that I can't pull stuff out of my pockets and present it without any kind of context. I have to have proof that I acquired it legally during the course of my investigation. Most of the time that means having recordings or witnesses that can verify my investigation. Which I can provide. You didn't think I was letting you tag along because I liked you, did you? And the jury? I don't see where they would sit. The jury hasn't sat in the actual courtroom for years now. You have to actually legally acquire evidence. Actual evidence law. Evidence law only ever truly relevant in Phoenix, right? In like 2 cases. They have their own chambers where they watch a feed of the trial's proceedings in anonymity. I can't believe Phoenix Wright's jury system comes back in full force. And that's not an issue? Don't people want to look someone in the eye before passing judgment on them? You've got an old-fashioned sense of justice, don't you? Like, I swear to God, like, the two... Not count in the mainline trilogy of Phoenix Zone, I swear to God, the 2 cases that were legal evidence of the 2 cases of evidence law that immediately come to mind are 1, Rise from the Ashes, the scrap of fabric from Damon Gant's safe, when you actually get evidence law in the court record, you use to trick Damon Gant into making the evidence legal and relevant. And 2 was the quote unquote vial of poison you used to trick Furio Tigre into confessing in Trials and Tribulations case 3. Those are the 2 immediate ones that come to mind. I'm sure there's much more. Like this is mainline trilogy, not even including Apollo Justice, when Phoenix Wright just goes completely wild. There's no jury at a preliminary hearing anyway. It's only meant to evaluate whether or not that prosecution has enough evidence to go to trial. A mere formality in today's day and age. With tools like optics and arcs, there's never any shortage of evidence to work with. So all you have to do today is convince the adjutant? Easier said than done. Adjutants lean heavily toward evidence over arguments. And right now, all the evidence suggests that David killed himself. If it's going to be an uphill battle, I can't afford to stumble. I need to focus on establishing an alternate interpretation of the facts, and it needs to be solid. I don't have a suspect or even a motive for killing David, yet. And Ray, I'll need to be sharp. And it isn't plain nice enough for me to be anything less. I think it's making up. Ooh. Really no wonder Feeney trusted a playing card that a child just handed him, saying, hey, here, take this. Well, that was the diary page that the child handed him. Just here's this convenient diary page that I, a sassy lost child, found, which just so happens to be perfect for your case, Mr. Phoenix Wright, sir. And then, naturally, years later, Phoenix decides, hey, Trucy, go ahead and repeat this feat and give this bloody playing card to... Phoenix enjoyed that so much he made Trucy do it again to Apollo in Turnabout Trump. He liked it so much he purposely did a callback to his own traumatic disbarment. And I swear one of the greatest to Apollo to not apologize. Yeah, honestly. Which one of the legitimately best fan case moments is when they actually tried to address that between Apollo and Phoenix. It's like that, yes, that this is something that should have happened in canon. Oh, she is serving. She is serving. This third lower court is now in session. Adjutant AD 84 presiding. I call to order the case of the people versus ASHUR. Do the people wish to make an opening statement? No, Your Honor. No point in bothering when it's just the adjutant here. Very well. Do the defense wish to make an opening statement? Not at this time, Your Honor. Let's all ring the bell and get this shit show started. If none of the people know the defense wish to make an opening statement, then it falls to me to set the stage. Ooh. My model name is Adjutant. My unit designation code is AD-84. I'm a machine, an automated dependent, and I serve the state by presiding over trials. You might find yourself wondering, why? What gives a machine the right to judge a human? A fair question, but the answer is simple. Every culture, in every society, no matter how it is worshipped, enshrined or deified, justice has one defining quality. Justice is beautiful. Ma'am! Ma'am! I have the urge to kneel. Like a balanced equation, like the golden ratio, like the Vitruvian man, and justice is beautiful. It's what gives me the right. This gorgeous bar. She's not wrong. Sarah is looking as well. No, Sarah, avert your eyes. You are a child. Whatever, forget it. Forget I said anything. I was trying to lighten the mood, but I can see everybody hates me. Do the trial without me. They're guilty or whatever. Yeah. Your Honor? Wait, what the flip? This defendant's already dead! Why are we doing this? Is this a debug thing? Because I'll log the error if I need to. No, Your Honor. This is a preliminary hearing to determine whether David ASHUR did in fact commit suicide as he... I get it. You want to make sure he wasn't cuckoo in the cranium before you cut up his will like a T-bone. I didn't realize the adjutants were so lively. They aren't. They're supposed to be austere and statuesque. Looks like we got served the most in need of repairs adjutant the court system could find. Whatever paper pusher we rushed to get this trial going must have wanted a little payback for the kindness. What's that look for? Could it be your... trying to size me up? A little bit. Oh, wouldn't dream of it, Your Honor. Good, because if you had doubts about my ability to run this trial, I could always just enact summary judgment here and now. I'm sure you'd find my ruling to be fair and even-handed. That won't be necessary, Your Honor. He's much more of a character than I'm used to seeing up there, even counting all the flesh and blood judges I've met. This is worse. This AI isn't just polluted with philosophy, it's polluted with a personality. She's still just an adjutant. She'll follow the evidence where it leads. So as long as I can make a few adjustments for the occasional outburst from the bench, my plan's still workable. So, people, shall we get started with that first witness? Right away, Your Honor. People call Dr. Yumi Sato to the stand. She has built-in platform heels with which to steppy. It's Yumi. Hey. So, how about it, pretty lady? You swear to tell the whole unadulterated truth to the best of your ability? I do. Good enough for me. Dr. Sato, you were in charge of the autopsy for David ASHUR, were you not? I was. And when did you make your examination? I started last night. Well, technically 1 a.m. would be very early this morning. I think you can still say last night if you're talking about 1 in the morning. Objection. Defense will have their opportunity to cross-examine. Until then, they should refrain from making errant remarks. The hell? All I said was, yeah, what she said. You mean sustained. Don't get cute with me, counselor. Penalized. Being cute is my job. God damn, we've barely gotten started. No one in here is explicitly stated to be attracted to women, but you can really tell this one's for the woo-woos. Yeah, that seemed pretty bad, Adonai. Halt! Heads up. Making mistakes will increase your blind. And how much credit you'll lose for answering incorrectly when you yourself aren't controlling the ante. Blind increases on its blind increments on its own throughout the trial as the stakes get higher, but resets at the end of each day. Blind starts and caps. Woo-woos the women-loving women. WLW. Correct. Blind starts out and caps out at a higher number if you're playing high roller. Mind the blind in the top left when it appears. It helps you gauge what you stand to lose. Part of the Elgibites, yes, Doug. We should try to avoid being penalized in the future. Okay. Get ready. Buckle up for the ride. Thanks for the tip. Shake it off. I'll get my chance to raise objections of my own soon enough. Free tutorial. Dr. Sato, were you able to determine the cause of death? He passed away due to respiratory failure. Could you explain what that means to the court? Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood. It seemed by the time he arrived at the hospital, he was no longer breathing. What does respiratory failure look like? What are the symptoms? Maybe lightheadedness and dizziness, fainting, pale skin, and a bluish tinge around certain extremities. The condition he was in matched those symptoms. Correct. In your experience, what are the most common causes of respiratory failure? It can be caused by injury or disease. The subject had no wounds or reported illnesses, and otherwise appeared to be perfectly healthy. And what else could cause respiratory failure, then? It's also commonly seen in fatal drug overdoses. Drug overdoses. Did you perform a tox screen on Dr. ASHUR? Yes, but his tox screen came back clean. Whatever killed him it wasn't something we've encountered before. Wait, a clean tox screen? Clean? Oh, dialogue will proceed automatically during testimony, but you can still advance test faster if you want to space or left mouse. You need to read carefully and wait for the witnesses to make a statement that sounds wrong. Oh boy, then hit the call button to call their bluff. Okay, testimony will keep repeating from the beginning until you call. Danganronpa style? Yeah, I was gonna say, you need to hit them with the Soreba Shigaoyo. Can't let this chance to slip by. I need to catch her mistake the second it comes out of her mouth. Alright. We save scum as much as this allows us to. Oh, did this give us a profile for 80? 80! Oh, there she is, maskless. Oh, hello, ma'am. Hello. Hi. Likes raw salmon, running water, gymnastics. Dislikes criminals, contrarians, pigeons. Sign, Libra. Self-assigned. Type, open, obedient, observant. Oh, people? Include their 3 sizes? Oh boy. Ma'am. Yes. Fighting with her. So tall. She's cuter with the mask on. Fair. The mask is quite emotive. September 22nd. I'm gonna say, what's yeah, Libra, September 22nd to October 23rd. So she was born September 2nd, self-assigned herself Libra. That's power move. 260 centimeters high. The proportions probably work, but boy, she tall. Would let her step on me. That's real and true. Real and true. Alright. When she likes raw salmon and running water, I'm just imagining that AI image prompt of salmon in a river pictured as sashimi slices. Oh shit, alright. Whiskey, David's contract. Upright cup. The subject passed away due to respiratory failure. Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood. He would have experienced lightheadedness, dizziness, then fainting. As the subject was healthy, their respiratory failure must be attributed to a drug overdose. When a tox screen was run at the hospital, it came back clean. It was puzzling to say the least. Something she said just now doesn't make sense. Fortunately, we can check the evidence during here. Tox screen. Oh, alcohol. Tox screen came back clean, but this is incorrect. I have evidence that directly contradicts her, so I just need to find the right moment to present it. Respiratory failure. Oxygen in his blood. Experienced lightheadedness, dizziness, and fainting. Came back clean. Smack. After choosing to call in a statement, you need to respond with evidence. Hover over the 3 cards that show up. And left click to make your choice before the timer runs out. Oh no. Objection. David was fucking smashed. Want to bet? That. It's impossible for David Asher's tox screen to be clean, as we all know it, as he was on camera drinking alcohol the night that he died. Ah! That makes sense. Right in her forehead. It's the achievement for our first objection? You've got that wrong. Sorry, Washigayo. That scared you? The witness merely misspoke, Your Honor. As it plainly states on the tox report itself, Dr. ASHUR did have alcohol in his blood, but not at such a concentration as to be lethal. Yeah, my bad. When I said the tox screen was clean, I just meant didn't tell the attending physicians anything they didn't already know. Overall, a little more nitpicky than I'd like to be, but at least I was able to balance the momentum, more or less. Shall we continue, Dr. Sato? If the tox screens were negative for pharmaceuticals and drugs, what caused Dr. ASHUR's respiratory failure? During my autopsy, I analyzed his blood and was able to isolate a foreign compound. There was a lethal dose of a drug inside his body. It just happened to be a drug that the hospital had never encountered before. That's correct. I think we're all going to get tired pretty fast if we don't at least pick a placeholder name for this substance, Your Honor. People don't object, Your Honor. In that case, I'll put all my creative heuristics to work coming up with an original, scientific, fitting name for the substance, a name like Omega. Hey, I'm Morgan here. Hello, 4 Elemental. We're ready to morgue out with 80 here. 80 is so good. I love 80. Scientific, fitting name for the substance, a name like Omega. About the morgue. Omega-3? That name is already taken. Fine. Call it Delta or whatever. Delta. Used in science to denote an unknown variable. Not bad. Delta has other meanings when it comes to drugs. But yeah, our Delta matches no public pharmacology or toxicology records. Me? I'm 0? I'm Delta? That being said, chemically it does have all the hallmarks of a general depressant. I know the feeling. You do? So it stands to reason that it would exhibit a similar effect on the body when ingested. Technically, Delta just means difference, not an unknown. Yeah, that's fair. There's a bit of creative license here. You say ingested. Why? I eliminated all other possibilities during my examination of the body. Delta is THC! Oh no! He must have swallowed it, and judging from his stomach contents, it must have been a liquid. Thank you, Dr. Sato. Shall I summarize things for the court? Yes, please. I wasn't listening that closely. The victim died of respiratory failure. Nobody needs to know linguistic drift. Nobody needs to know math anymore. Humu. His tox screen showed that his blood was clear of anything that could cause respiratory failure. Iota would be a good one? Ooh. Except for this unknown substance, the poison we've labeled Delta. Well, that sounds like a test dog suicide. Should we wrap it up here? Not quite yet, Your Honor. Oh, the girls are cooking. The girls are cooking. This may be clearly be a poisoning, but there's at least one detail about this case that doesn't feel like a suicide at all. Are we going to present Jung's testimony? It's a classic suicide. I could save this come here. I get one save slot, but... I forget how this works. I forget how this works. I know we did this in the chapter 0. People should get ahead of themselves. There's nothing textbook about a supposed suicide that had a witness sitting there watching it happen. Why would David kill himself in front of his friend to change the course of her life forever? Why did he do it in front of me? Did he like her more? Morgan would be more in the camp of. Of course he wouldn't do it in front of me. I would have offered to help. salmon fillets in the river. Oh my god. I'm sorry. As you say. Well, now I'm lost. Was this poisoning a suicide or not? If that's the case, then perhaps we should give the defense the opportunity to cross-examine, unless they're going to insist on testifying themselves. How kind of you to offer. Ball's in my court now, so how do I counter? This argument basically goes as follows. Oh. David ingested the... Now we're playing blackjack. David ingested the Delta knowingly, and the Delta caused his respiratory failure. He died of respiratory failure, thus David committed suicide. Oh, yep, we're playing blackjack. During blackjack, every piece of information you learn deals you a card. Choose only the questions that are logical and relevant, and only press if you think a line of questioning is worth continuing. Oh my god. Also go bust and lose credit. Hover over press to see what the follow-up question would be. You only win blackjack when you reach exactly 21. Oh no. We have to do math. Don't ask the wrong questions. This game is chock full of mechanics. We twist on our shake until we bust. With my cross-examination, I need to put a microscope over the weakest part of that argument, and hope that some cracks will appear under pressure. Ingested, respiratory failure, Delta. I use my master's education to add 21. Let's experiment here. Hi, Sarah. Bye, Sarah. Right now, all this tells us is... Actually, can we check the log? I know I'm being overly cautious with this, but... David ingested the Delta knowingly, and the Delta caused his respiratory failure. He died of respiratory failure. So we were dealt 2 cards, but in theory we have 3 facts. David ingested Delta knowingly. Delta caused respiratory failure. Are you sure it was ingested? Are you sure it was respiratory failure? I really don't think we're going to get penalized at all here. I'm going to be overthinking this way too much. It could be that, like, we're making an assumption here. It does sound quite insulting to ask the autopsy person if they're sure about the cause of death. Dr. Sato, you said that the subject had to have ingested the Delta orally. But how sure can we actually be about that? Pretty sure. I mean, I could go into detail about all the cavities that I checked, but, oh boy. I did talk with Sarah. Oh, I forgot. That. Ooh, I think Ivory's comment is, just became quite prescient here. Technically speaking, it's only suicide if he ingested it knowingly, knowing what the outcome would be. It's still possible to ingest something that will kill you without intending to kill yourself. Oh, okay, so was it knowingly ingested? But how sure can we be that the subject ingested the Delta knowingly? Well, we can't be sure of that. Certainly not just from an autopsy. You said it must have been a liquid, yes? Would it have been a large amount? Depends on the concentration of the delivery solution. It could have been just a drop. The kind of thing that could easily go unnoticed, yeah? Calls for speculation, Your Honor. Withdrawn. Oh man, I wanted to jump on her case. Alright. Okay. So it seems like asking a question deals us a small card. And the follow-up... Alright. I feel like that might have been the key we got out of this. Are we sure Delta is to blame? Dr. Sato, you were only able to identify the presence of this Delta after hours of work. Can you really be sure that this never-before-seen chemical can cause respiratory failure? Well, I have had time to run simulations, and they do give every indication that it would act as a depressant. And just enough of any depressant and respiratory failure will occur. Yeah. I don't want to press too much here. Oh, this might be a good question, just for the sake of... We've got simulations of the human body. Actually, yeah, that would be pretty cool. Yeah, we either get an ace or we fail. And that delta's a 3. Which means on its own it might be enough. But I'm chewing on the thought that will we win any points for saying like would we win any points for saying like you don't physically have any trace of this compound at all? Like any actual trace of this compound? Or just simulations of its structure? But we'll pass. Oh, we can actually save here. Oh, that's probably a bad idea. Is it possible that he actually died from something other than respiratory failure? Well, no, not really. Yeah, understandable. Oh, wow, that killed me. That killed me. That's fair. That was a dumb idea. Understandable. Have a good day. Why'd I even do that? Tripped and dropped your tips for being insulting. But yeah, don't even do that. We could take this further, but you've ran simulations, so you haven't tested Delta on an actual... Well, that's gonna boff. No, I haven't. It'll be very difficult to do given our extremely limited sample. Not to mention highly unethical. Of course. Without such a test, you don't actually know for sure that Delta can cause any of the symptoms you've described. Was there a question in that statement, Counselor? You don't actually know for sure, do you? No, not yet anyways. Seems like that added up somehow. Maybe I just broke it by reloading, I don't know. The world! Zawado! Thank you for your time, Dr. Sato. We all appreciate it. Oh wait, was a simulation with a larger amount of delta than what was found in the body? That could also be possible, yeah. It does seem like we're still in the dark about many details regarding Dr. ASHUR's death, wouldn't you say? Well, poisoning via the compound we're calling Delta is still the most likely explanation, so there are other explanations for what happened. Defense is calling for speculation, Your Honor. But it's not speculation when a medical examiner is attempting to explain the cause of death, Your Honor. The witness will answer the question. Well, respiratory failure can be caused by illnesses. If he had undiagnosed pneumonia or some other disease and his respiratory system was weakened, undiagnosed pneumonia with his level of healthcare. It is technically possible. I'll take it. I have no more questions for this witness. Ugh. I felt weak, but I can't be picky when I'm stalling for time. Seeding doubt whenever I can, however I can. It's just all about all I can manage. Detective Reyes, you were one of the leads in investigating this crime scene. Oh, hi, Reyes. Yes, ma'am. Did you interview the EMTs who first arrived on the scene? I did. They responded to an emergency signal from the home's security console located in the kitchen. What did they find when they arrived on the scene? The victim was unconscious on the floor of his parlor. He was receiving CPR from a witness, the individual who had called them. They were both airlifted to Gatesfield Memorial Hospital, and Dr. ASHUR was declared dead shortly after arriving there. She's actually handling herself pretty well up on the stand. I had expected her to roll her eyes during the swearing in. When you take into consideration her love for boot-heel authority, she might be right at home here in the courtroom, the very seat of the state's power over the people. Oh, AD's still pouting over there. The witness met with the deceased about a half hour before he fell ill, from 7:30 to 8 p.m. Two of them talked for some time and shared a drink. Shortly after, Dr. ASHUR became distracted, lightheaded, and eventually non-responsive. And during the same time period, drinking the same liquor, this witness exhibited no symptoms themselves. The lawful, derogatory, none. Through a collaborative effort with Noble Electronics Security Division, we searched the entire building. We found nothing unusual in any of the food or drink on the premises, including the bottle that the witness and the deceased drank from. So what was your ultimate conclusion after investigating the scene? The whiskey bottle was clean, the witness's drink was clean. The person who got sick was Dr. ASHUR, drinking from a cup that he had prepared. It was our determination that David ASHUR committed suicide by poisoning himself. Pretty tight-lipped up there, but I think she slipped up at least once. The police want to claim that they've eliminated every other possibility and covered every angle. I know that there are a number of blind spots that they're not willing to admit to. Upright cup. David's cup. Poison, question mark? ASHUR met with a witness at 7:30 p.m. last night, and by 8 he was dead. He's the one who prepared their drinks. Get your cat jams going. And there was no opportunity for the witness to ever slip him something. Drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. We got upright cup, tipped cup, and pretty cut and dry if you ask me. Just to be sure, we scanned the kitchen, the lab, the basement. And there was no poison anywhere else. She slipped up there and made a claim she can't actually support. Okay. So, poison. In the bloodstream of David ASHUR. The other pieces of evidence we picked up were, salt shaker, we'll get back to you. David's cup. Fingerprints and saliva. So David's cup was inconclusive. Jung's cup was clean. So David's cup is the key evidence. All I need to do is point it out, and then I'll get to watch her self-destruct, which should be fun. 3 p.m. last night, he was dead. He's the one who prepared their drinks. No opportunity for the witness to ever slip him something. Drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. Is that pretty cut and dry if you ask me? Other than that, just be sure we scan the kitchen, the lab, the basement. No poison anywhere else. Drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. I feel like there's two possible places we can call her on. He drank from a cup that he himself. I think it's gonna be he drank from the cup that he himself poisoned. That's gotta be it. I'm gonna roll with that. He's gonna pack their drinks. Smack. To say, lost train of thought. Let me find it for you. Back on track. Oof. Definitely, Your Honor. Okay, not that one. Want to bet? Patong. That's cute, Counselor. You almost made a salient point. Do I get points for that? Boy, I hope not. Otherwise I wouldn't get to do this. Overruled. Wow, I'm getting bodied. I'm getting bodied all of a sudden. I need to make objections more carefully than that. Okay. Blind is going up. Interesting. All right. Drinks, don't return the witness, never slipping something. Mission lab basement, no poison anywhere else. I feel like it's this. Can drive because it was a drink. Ah, there we go. Okay. You can't make that claim. Not with the evidence record clearly shows that the tests of Dr. ASHUR's cup were inconclusive. It can't be cut and dried because it was a drink. The police can't claim he drank from a poisoned cup without first proving that his cup was, in fact, poison. Yeah, give me some of that juice back. Give me some of that juice back that I lost to silly moments. All right. You're talking a lot of sense, lady. Does it resolve, or do you have a response, D.A. Rockford? Why are we playing card games all of a sudden? that is card game. That is like Magic or Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game parlance there. Testing of the deceased's cup has been inconclusive so far, Your Honor. I can't dispute that. But I'd be surprised if the defense has any idea how else the poison could have possibly been delivered to Dr. ASHUR alone. Not this time, but that's the funny thing about the burden of proof. It's not on the defense, as you're all aware. Right, we all knew that. I definitely knew that. Totally knew that. What are you playing up there? Girl's gaming up there. Played my David ASHUR's cup face down in attack mode. I tap 3 lands to activate. I tap 3 lands to cast David's cup. Now that people are done promoting that pesky innocent until proven guilty issue, perhaps I could begin my cross-examination. Fire away, baby. I love her. Oh my goodness. Fire away? Baby? Alright, what are we dealt here? Raise's testimony is meant to show that David's the only one who could have poisoned himself. She'll be on guard and hard set against helping me, but I keep her focused on eliminating other possibilities. I could get her to make my point for me before she even realizes what happened. Eliminating other possibilities. Let's see. Was he ever seen? But have we been doing a lot of assuming and reasoning in quick succession, so I'll ask this plainly for the court. Is there any photographic evidence showing David ASHUR adding anything to his drink that night? No. Seems like he had already poured for the both of them by the time he returned to the parlor. He'd already poured? In that case, the next question needs to be when and what. Alright. Anyone else in the building? Deal me my salt? DeVreyes, during the course of your investigation, did you find any samples of Delta in the kitchen or parlor? No. That was a fast answer. It was a pretty easy question. If we had found poison at the scene of the crime, that'd be pretty important, don't you think? What about in his lab, his bedroom, his basement? No. We didn't find Delta or any other unusual substance in any part of his penthouse. Right, they never found any poison. No poison at all? That feels worth pressing. At any point in the investigation was poison found on the body of the deceased? No? It must have been searched. Did he have any capsules or vials, eyedroppers? Didn't even have his wallet on him. Why? Anyone else in the building? The only people you saw on the cameras that night were Dr. ASHUR and this witness, correct? Yeah. There was no footage in the house of anyone else. Are there any parts of the house that aren't recorded by cameras? Sure. There are a number of rooms in the home's interior that don't have cameras in them. So it's possible that there were other people that night, because cameras weren't watching every room. No, that's not possible. Only way up to the penthouse is through the building's elevator or the fire escape stairs, both of which are on camera. And that still wouldn't get you past his front door, which is also on camera. No one besides the two of them were there that day. Alright, stay. Thank you for enlightening the court about this point, Detective. What point? Well, I think it's strange, don't you, Detective? I mean, how could he have possibly poisoned himself without first procuring some poison? Blackjack, baby. Oh, what do you mean procure? Is it possible he was administered the poison through a capsule, like one of his antidepressants was replaced so someone could have done it expecting him to die sometime within the next month without knowing things? Ooh. Like literal ticking time bomb poisoning. That's clever. That also feels in character. The way they describe how serious corporate espionage is in this universe. That's entirely possible. I'm still convinced that the salt is going to be something, but that's an entirely plausible outcome. Oh, what do you mean procure? 80 there in the background, fist pumping. Do we have anything relevant info about you? What do you mean procure? Where did it come from, Detective? The poison that you're so sure was dissolved in his drink. It can't have come from thin air, you understand. It had to have been in another container at some point. Whatever was in before, it probably evaporated. All of it. It only took a small droplet to kill. Your Honor, are you going to ask them to keep it civil? In a minute, sure. There wasn't any pill bottles in his bathroom or syringe in his pocket containing this apparently deadly substance. But how did he get it? What did he keep it in? The police want to claim that Dr. ASHUR committed suicide because they've established that his guest never had an opportunity to kill him. They've failed to prove that the victim had the means to kill himself. And I guess I'll be the one to move things along. The Delta didn't come out of thin air, Counselor. Oh. It didn't come from a syringe either. Dr. ASHUR was able to drip the poison right into his cup. Straight from the source? Shit. That's way too specific to be a bluff. Allow me to submit into evidence Exhibit G. A piece of machinery found in Dr. ASHUR's laboratory. Sold under the product name Nanofacturer. Nanofacturer. He milked that poison from his basement creature. Ooh, I know this one. It's used in delicate scientific work to produce nanomachines, chemical compounds, and polymers. You called it. Yes. Last time we streamed this, you did in fact propose this idea. What if I can manufacture a nanomachine poison juice, chemical compounds, and polymers? Not the same machine I saw when Dawes gave me a tour of the production floor. Very good, Your Honor. It's a valuable tool in any scientific laboratory, and Dr. ASHUR was well acquainted with its use. As a matter of fact, he had a number of presets coded into it. Oh. Even the android can see where this is going. In just a few taps, he could reproduce any number of specific substances for his research. Any other chemical his heart desired, really. You think Randoc mechanics would allow their product to be used to produce illicit chemicals? Using the manufactured. I keep saying manufacturer. Using the nanofacturer to make unlicensed drug does go against their terms and conditions. Dr. ASHUR's warranty is certainly null and void, but they can't hard code the machines to prevent the production of a drug that hasn't been invented yet. That's. Oh, we just got back with tortilla chips. How much did you miss? I was gonna say, read up in the chat, and we've determined that our victim did in fact produce the poison himself from his delicious basement creature. Out with the tortilla chips. That's Dr. ASHUR died when his respiratory system failed because of a depressant overdose. For him, it would have been peaceful, like falling asleep. You see, he didn't need to commission a synthetic drug for some street vendor or order an exotic poison from overseas. He could produce Delta at any time in the comfort of his own home. Quick and painless death, readily available in under a minute at the touch of a button. Specifically, preset number 19. Damn. Thought I actually had something for a moment there. Yep. Presets on David's model, his model's history exist for a compound identical to the substance found in its bloodstream after his death. That's a dang smart piece of evidence that Emma dug up here. Impressive, ma'am. I thought I actually had something for a moment there, but I was playing into Emma's hands the entire time. Seems like we're done with this witness, Your Honor. Yes, ma'am. Before we move on, perhaps we should take a moment and put together a timeline of events as we know them. Not for me, of course, just in case someone else might need it. Nah, of course not. Emma activated her trap card. Uno reverse. Simple enough. I know that Dr. ASHUR left the pub and went down to the basement at 7:36 p.m. That's when he got the whiskey. And the cups they drank from. The cameras show him returning to the parlor to drink with the witness at 7:40 p.m. Of course, we know that he fell ill and passed away shortly thereafter. Any objections so far, Counselor? What do we do in this situation? And 40, a 730, 736, 740. It's possible to see when the preset was set. It could have been added after the murder. It was preset number 19, so it's not impossible. 736, got the whiskey. 740. The parlor went down to the basement, 736. Got the whiskey. Cups they drank from. Drank the parlor drink with the witness at 740. Fell ill and passed away shortly thereafter. It was poisson! French for fish! Just imply that David just had this in his machine for... What if I had a really bad day? God, I wish that was me. I wonder if we can press this. Shortly thereafter being, like, fell ill at 8. Seems to me like you might have gotten ahead of yourself. Really? How so? Right, as I was saying. Okay, well, bollocks to that. Poisson. This latest piece of evidence, we now know that ASHUR could have easily dispensed the poison directly into his cup. Let's get inside the manufacturer, activating the preset and simply waiting 2 minutes. Easily accomplished during the 4 minutes he spent off camera from 7:36 to 7:40. You know what? I'm mad about that. I'm going to load that save. It's going to reset the blind. I think that's what happens here. Yeah, it resets the blind when you load your save. That's fine. Not this time, no. The timeline you've described is accurate, as we know it. Oh, I might have actually still taken my chips. That's fine. Ooh, a complete timeline of events. They had the means, they had the opportunity. Seems like we're about ready to wrap up here now. Oh. Where are we on that loading bar of yours, Sarah? I don't know, I had a feeling you'd say that. Well, counselor, are we done here? Well, let's push. Looks like we're missing at least one biggie here, folks. Namely, motive. Oh, right, I knew that. I wasn't getting excited to finish early or anything. This is a preliminary hearing, counselor. Our focus should be on the evidence, so... This feels like an awful waste of taxpayer dollars to get us all down here for debate and not get to the truth of the matter, you know? Would you... Love those choices where it's like, would you like to game over? Right. So, I was hoping we wouldn't have to go through this next part. What are you talking about? Your Honor, if it pleases the court. Ooh, new evidence? Gimme. This is a recording of a phone conversation dated at 6:30 p.m. last night between the deceased and a man he was in a relationship with. A man named Isaac Porter. Porter and David's breakup call. Oh, what's presented here now, then the content must be. Relevance, Your Honor? Yeah, that. What bearing does this recording have on the case at hand? Establishes what emotional state the deceased was in on the day he died. Cool. Begin playback. Hello? Why so soft-spoken? Oh! Isaac, you there? Yeah, I'm here. What's wrong? Don't know. Guess I wasn't expecting you to pick up. Why not? Did you mean to call me? Yeah, I did. It looks like a gentle breeze could top me. Yeah, honestly. You gonna ask me how I've been? Yeah. How have you been? Christ, David. What's the matter? Whatever it is, whatever I did, I'm sorry. Whatever you did? That's alright, man. I'm sure you are sorry. I just don't want any more apologies from you. I'm sorry. His phone is pook. Oh! Oh gosh, you're right. Okay. I don't think I want anything from you anymore, David. What do you mean? I shouldn't have done this. This was unnecessary. My bad, man, for not taking the hints. With you, it's always better left unsaid, right? More efficient that way. So you can keep working. Isaac, if I've been distant with you, or... Nah, you haven't been distant with me, or cold with me, or anything with me for a while now. Isaac. Just forget it, man. Forget it cold. Forget it all, yeah. Let's just forget we were ever anything but strangers. That's all we are now, anyway. Isaac, recently I've been distracted, I know. Nah, don't worry about it. Really, we're good. Oh. Okay. So, do you need anything, or should I... Where did you even get this? All Dr. ASHUR's incoming and outgoing phone calls were recorded by the building's penumbra system, and the recording continued for several seconds after each call was ended, for quality assurance. Remind me to check the terms and conditions on my next phone bill. Shall we hear the rest? Gotta read the last time. The last time I let someone... The last time. Father... Might just be a call, but it makes for some pretty damning evidence at this point in the discussion. Emma's got her means, opportunity, and motive all lined up. So why is she looking at me like that? That was depressing. Can we finish up without anything else that horrible? Emma's never been apologetic in victory. So does that mean this is just pity? Less than 2 hours before Dr. ASHUR died, Isaac Porter ended their relationship over the phone. Sarah is the only one with an algae. She's the protagonist. You're right, though. Received or made inside. Intercepted and recorded by the building's penumbra security system. In line with Noble's data security. I want to check on something real quick, like. Okay, that might not be anything. I was thinking, can we get the record of this call? The court can make a reasonable assumption about what kind of mental state Dr. ASHUR was in last night. That was a bad move, Miss Rockford. Then the people have nothing further to add. Been filling off my game all day. Caught between corporate inbreeders and ant-brain protesters but pitying me, here and now. That's all it takes to get my blood properly boiling. It's about time for me to call my first witness, no? You want to keep going after that? What are you doing, counselor? Just calling the ultimate silver bullet, rock solid, slam dunk witness a girl could ask for. Hi, Jess. Is here good? Does it matter where I put my hands? Miss Starling, thank you for coming here today. Of course. Whatever I can do. What is your relation to the deceased? I was his executive assistant at Noble Electronics. I would arrange his meetings and coordinate communications between him and other departments. That sort of thing. Ultimate silver bullet. Starling's the only play I have right now. The only stalling tool I have left. For now, I should just focus on getting as much information from her as possible. Whether or not it's useful, it'll at least buy me some time. While Jess was being sworn in, Sarah mentioned that the hard drive's about 60% decrypted. Considering the rate Sarah's gone at so far, there's maybe another hour left. I might be able to stall that long. I talk real slow. I'd like to ask you a few questions about Dr. ASHUR. Please answer them to the best of your ability. Right. Dr. ASHUR was a well-known public figure, but was he well regarded professionally? Of course! Dr. ASHUR's work set the bar for the entire automated dependent world. Spug. We're doing the baby bullet commercial face. Oh. Stay focused, Spearmint. You say you coordinated his communications. Were there ever threats? Did people ever express an intent to harm him? Objection calls for speculation. Intent? I'm feeling like that's gonna be a sustain. Did anyone ever threaten him? There were times when he was the focus of negative attention. How so? Dr. ASHUR was a favorite subject of many conspiracy theorists. Oh, with all his contributions to the field, it was easy for them to make claims about his influence. They'd say his work was plagiarized, or that he was hiding illegal subcommands of the technology he helped develop. And people would contact him about these conspiracy theories. Relevance. Whether or not people wanted to kill him? Oh, well... Withdrawn. Miss Starling? People would attempt to contact him, yes. But their messages were always too vague for the police to take action on. They would say that he belonged in jail, or that he couldn't avoid the truth, or that someone should do something to shut him up. Did they ever talk about hurting him? Yes. But I always turned those messages straight over to the police. Yeah, I'm seeing that on the record. Yeesh, who writes this stuff? All those cases have long since been resolved, Your Honor. And none of the parties involved have had contact with David ASHUR in years. The police take harassment very seriously. Wow, actual police win? Something you want to add, Counselor? Just clearing my throat. May I continue? You worked with Dr. ASHUR for many years. Did you have a relationship outside of work? Did you ever talk about anything besides professional concerns? Sure. We've gone out to dinner, or met on the weekends. The police take harassment very seriously if it's a billionaire, or a corporation. Same thing. Same thing in this future. Both are considered individuals of the highest order, billionaires and corporations. I think he'd like to pick my brain, since he needed relationship advice a lot. And if he didn't realize that was what he was asking for. I like to think that he knew he could talk to me, but did he ever talk to you, or to your knowledge, anyone else about hurting himself? My God, no, never. Do you know of any history he might have had with mental illness, depression, anxiety? No. So when you heard the people argue that Dr. ASHUR had done this to himself, I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. You're saying that you can't believe. Objection. On what grounds? Asked and answered. Stalling. And also, people have documents that would be of interest to the court in this matter. Oh? Ooh. Juicy. And what matter specifically are you referring to? The deceased's mental health history. Oh no. Emma wouldn't be speaking up if she didn't have something real. So what the hell is this about? We have private correspondences that describe. If they're private, then they should not have been obtained by the people without his permission. He can't give permission if he's already dead, and we are well within our rights to obtain evidence as it pertains to his crime. Convincing! Damn. I didn't honestly expect to stop her from admitting her evidence into the record. I was hoping to at least slow her. Where are you on that footage? 77%. Approximately. Need to buy whatever time I can, however I can. Even if that means running out the clock as a punching bag. I have here messages between Dr. ASHUR and a psychiatrist he was meeting with and speaking to for the past year, along with paperwork detailing how this treatment was covered under his Platinum plan. Platinum insurance policy? You just schedule and pay for psychiatric appointments. Oh. Did we have another piece of arbitrations? Did we have something else in here? It's the same one we saw before. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Executive 4 plan. Health insurance policy with Caduceus paid for. David Asher's health insurance policy. Executive 4. But... Huh. Yeah. The Executive 4 is this company plan. That's curious. The Executive 4 is his company plan. The Platinum plan just says it's in his name. Although only one of them he paid for out of pocket, to be fair. It's this one, which is probably way more expensive than the Executive 4. The Executive 4 is covered by the company, which probably still comes out of his wages, to some degree, but still. Bruv was rich. Platinum? I don't intend to air all of Dr. Asher's secrets here in this court. Oh, okay, I guess. But I am prepared to read excerpts from messages and transcripts from phone calls, which, when put together, paint a clear picture of the kind of stress David Asher was experiencing, the dark thoughts he was struggling with. Transcripts of his phone calls. I'll admit them into evidence, assuming there are no objections. What do I make of this? I don't know how to handle these yet. I don't really like being dinged for just wanting to prod and see what happens. I don't like these. I don't like these 50-50s. I don't like these. Transcripts of his phone. Oh, unless the point we need to counter here is literally this. Unless it's literally this. I'll gladly object. On the grounds of foundation. Where do you say you get this? Where'd you say you get this? It's retrieved from his digital records. There's no reason to doubt its authenticity. Even if I were... Ooh! Good call, Freya. Even if I were to point out that David had an executive level 4 plan, not a platinum plan. I still fundamentally don't like these 50-50s, because we don't know where the question's going to go. At least I read this going somewhere completely different. But I'll take the win, though. GG. What? Really? Really? Yes, really. It's all there in the record. This is easily explained. David had an executive plan that Noble managed for him. And he was also seeing this psychiatrist, both in person and over the phone. Your own witness has attested that he dealt with stalkers and was worried for his privacy. So it's easy enough to reason that he had a separate insurance policy paid for on his own. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Even if only to keep one thing out of Noble's grasp. I like this expression. Sure, easy enough to make that assumption. That doesn't make it correct. David used a separate insurance to hide this psychiatrist from Noble's spying. No, he was smarter than that. You gotta make out sloppy style. Real. Ooh. Oh shit! I forgot that was a thing. I forgot that mechanic was a thing. I'm a fool. I'm a terrible gambler. David may well have wanted a private psychiatrist, someone who didn't work for Noble, who'd have had his best interest at heart. But if so, he wouldn't have contacted with them over the phone. Not when he knew all of his phone calls were being recorded. That's... David ASHUR was well versed in having every aspect of his life overanalyzed by data-hungry parasites. Do you really think he would try to hide his mental health problems from them with a second insurance policy? Apparently, yes, since I'm standing here with evidence that shows exactly that. Does it, though? Pardon me? Yeah, like, what exactly are you suggesting, counselor? Still not done decrypting? Well, it's difficult to... Right. What the hell? Might as well swing for the fences at this point. I'm not trying to muddle the issue or confuse the court, Your Honor. I would never make an outlandish, unsubstantiated claim just for the sake of causing drama. What do you... I'm really concerned that D.A. Rockford has been an unwitting pawn in an act of corporate espionage. Ooh! Ooh! What? If the markets were to open Monday, with people believing that David ASHUR, the man who programmed the brain of every noble android, was battling mental health issues for the last several months. Objection, mischaracterization, foundation, all the rest. There are no corporate spies in this courtroom, counselor, and there are no boogeymen hiding under the bench. Oh, thank God. David ASHUR was a once-in-a-generation intellect and an extremely valuable human asset to his employers. His employer's many enemies would do whatever it takes to destroy his credibility now that he can't defend himself. And he was also your personal. You shouldn't even be here arguing this case in the first place, counselor. Now you're trying to call the police's evidence gathering into question. I'm just imagining a whirring fan noise coming from Sarah like an overheating laptop. Really? All because you can't admit that for the past several months your friend has been seeing a psychiatrist every Monday and you didn't know? Oof. Low blow in response. That is... sorry, but, like, did you still need me up? Hi, Jess! You're still here. The witness will... The witness will refrain from interrupting when girls are fighting. Yes, ma'am. With how... With how my luck's been going so far, Sarah's progress bar is probably moving backwards right about now. What imaginary currency do you think just lost? just salary. Just poor girl probably gets salary docked, like Dick Gumshoe style. Oh no. And Emma's patience is wearing thin. This could be my last shot to create any kind of reasonable doubt. I'd be happy to wrap up my questioning if the court would allow. That seems cool with me. And by evidence, Your Honor, will be entered into the record. But I'm going to go watch salary cutting noises. Oh no. I'd like to hear a bit more testimony before deciding. It's fine, Your Honor. As you were, counselor. At the stage of the game with the score where it's at, I can probably only ask one more question. I just thought it sounds like a good time to say my game. Gotta make it count. So can Starling tell us that no one else could? If she hadn't called me this morning, I wouldn't be standing here. And she only did that because... Starling, we're all gathered here today to try and figure out what happened to David ASHUR last night. Please tell us, when exactly did he last? God damn, I'm fuck not tell you. Salary cutting noises. See you, contact you, meet you at HQ. These are three very different questions. These are three very unique questions here. And the blind is still up, so... Oh, Brain Blast. Your Brain Blasts have been very good so far, Freya. I trust you. See you in person. Meet you at HQ. When did David last see you? Met in person outside of work. Meet you at HQ. When is he last out of his home and in the office? Contact you. When did we last? What can Starling tell us that no one else could? We're gonna tick-tock here for limit. David told Jess to schedule a meeting with Morgan to transfer custody, and Jess said it was supposed to be a later day. Oh? Okay, yeah. I recall. When did he last contact you? Did we... So we contact you... Contact you could introduce... Do we want to introduce this? That is the one thing that's the one thing that Starling could tell us. That no one else could. That is a very good point. What do we do with this information? I feel like this is the one thing that she could tell us. That means David intended to be alive, transfer custody. Oh, correct. Yeah, yeah. I'm just gonna take a stab at it, try to lose. When was the last time you had contact with Dr. ASHUR, Miss Starling? That's pretty easy to figure out. Let me just... Yeah, it was last night at 6:57 p.m. We texted back and forth. Hang on, let me... Nice call. After the call with... Yeah, after the call with Porter. Last night about 6:57 p.m. We texted back and forth. And do we feel that's relevant, Your Honor? Oh, don't ding me. Don't ding me. Relevant? We will get dinged here. Let's raise. Because it happened after the breakup call, which was the core tenet of Emma's motive. Could very well be the single most important piece of evidence in this whole trial. That sounds like a statement that you say before you get penalized. What? But, okay, thank you. Oh, I just got chills. I don't know why, though. Must be a coolant leak. The defense doesn't know what they're talking about. On the contrary, those texts are the vital piece of evidence that can change the timeline of events as we know them. We know what happened to David last night, generally speaking, but the order of events is critical. Especially if Emma wants to make claims about David's state of mind. Alright. McCogan, hi Sarah. Do your best, Sarah. Drag cards from your hand on the slot in the chronological order, left to right. Pick a card back up and place it in another slot if you change your mind, or drop it outside any slot to return it to your hand. Fill the slots to submit your answer. Okay. Yeah. 6:30 to break up with him. Alright. This happened first. Texted. David temporarily giving custody to his serial killer bestie so he can think about how to give her a stepdad. My bet. Thank you. I remembered my bet this time. Alright. Just double check. Oh! David asked her to set up a meeting between the two of them and Evangeline Morgan on Tuesday to handle the transfer of ownership for the android Sarah. Tuesday. Yes! That's precisely how you laid it out, yeah. She didn't actually testify to it yet, but we got the evidence for it. So... You are cooking, Freya! You're invincible! So, June arrived. You should become a lawyer. Real. Yes, that's it. Thanks to Miss Starling, we've now got a much cleaner picture of the night's events. That Isaac Porter and David ASHUR broke up at 6:30 p.m. And I was rooting for them so hard. We know that David messaged his assistant, Miss Starling, at 6:57 p.m. David is on camera with a witness from 7:30 to 8 p.m. And he was declared dead not long after. The people don't object to that timeline of events, but we do question Counselor Morgan's reason for belaboring it. One last question, Miss Starling. Yeah? 80 shipped Dave sick so hard. Real. What was the nature of your conversation with Dr. ASHUR? Well, actually, we talked about you. And how he wanted you to have his android. That android there. Putting his affairs in order, I guess. Might appear that way. Eh? Can you specify what his instructions were exactly? How did he want this done? He wanted me to bring you to his penthouse and help you get set up as the android's new owner. Yes, Miss Starling, but when did he want this to happen? He said it was pretty urgent, and so I should do it first thing Tuesday morning. Tuesday? First thing Tuesday morning. David ASHUR didn't like doing anything on Mondays. And was he going to be in attendance? Well, actually, yes. He said he would work from home to help us. No way he intended for us to have that much trouble getting to... Oh. To summarize, then, boom. My girl Jess being the silver bullet after all. After Emmett talked shit. Half an hour after he had already got his breakup and half an hour before his guest had arrived. He was planning an appointment that would require his presence with you for next Tuesday. That's right, he was. Not something you would think to do if you were planning on dying that very night. Yeah, you're right. Your Honor, if David ASHUR was preparing for the week ahead, a mere hour before he passed away, don't you think that people's assumptions about his mental state ought to be re-examined? The logic is sound. Do the people have a rebuttal? If the court would just allow a moment. Sounds like an opening to me. If you assume that Dr. ASHUR was not suicidal and therefore did not kill himself, we must then ask ourselves, who else had the means, motive, and opportunity to take his life? Until now, we've taken for granted this idea that the Delta must have come from his manufacturer, from inside the house. Adonai, not right now. Even if that's true, which it may not be, that doesn't mean that he was the one who used the manufacturer. Adonai! Would you allow me one moment to confer, Your Honor? Sure, why not throw away your momentum? I'm in the middle of something, Sarah. I can't afford to let Rockford. I've gained access to the hard drive's files. What? Seriously? As I said, progress for this type of encryption is exponential. It'd be difficult to estimate. Right, okay. Do you have the footage from last night? I have the file. Have you watched it? I thought you'd want to know right away. I suppose it doesn't matter. If this has our silver bullet and we've got a case, or it doesn't and everything falls apart. That seems quite risky. Well, we're here to gamble. So, let's go gambling. It's the least risky path to victory we have. Seeing how it's the only path to victory we have. Screw it. Upload it to the court computer. Yes, Adonai. Thank you for your patience, Your Honor. She's out. Your Honor. I'm awake! I'm getting a pretty hefty chunk of video data for breakfast. You're submitting security footage into evidence. New security footage. The police corroborated the witness's testimony using the house's cameras. Security cameras installed by Noble as part of the penumbra system that showed the parlor, the kitchen, but not the basement. During the course of my investigation, I uncovered a hidden security circuit buried in the deceased's own home system. You... what? People say that the Delta must have been in Dr. ASHUR's cup because there's no other way for him to have ingested it. I never saw him or anyone else put anything in his cup on camera. I guess he must have poisoned his own drink off camera. Exactly. What? That's the only possible explanation, that he added the Delta to his drink off camera. He placed his cup inside the nanofacturer, activated it, waited 2 minutes, then walked upstairs to his death. David's favorite comic was Garfield. Some of David's last words were, "See you next Tuesday." Right. All right. I'm about to present the court footage retrieved from his basement. Footage that will show by the time he retrieved the cups in the basement, it was already past 7:38, and he didn't have the opportunity to poison himself. One clip of footage will prove all that? If it doesn't, I'm completely screwed. It's not like I can lose a preliminary hearing extra hard. Anything other than a royal flush here means I'm bust. Better be the Joker who dances. It has been entered into the court record. Sarah, show us when Dr. ASHUR entered the basement. Yes, Adonai. I'll search for it now. This sounds very much like a monologue leading to David pouring the poison in his cup. On screen. That's the bar. The timestamp is 7:36. There. 7:37, David's grabbing the bottle of Rose River and leaving at 7:37. Just under the wire, as it were. Is that it then? Came this far just to... Wait. Did he have the cups with him? Is there sound? None at all. Keep going. If you had to go back to get the cups. Counselor. What's that android doing on camera? It's at the bar. The android gave him the cups. Shit. That machine never stepped on camera upstairs. Not once. We don't know its whereabouts the day of his death. It could have poisoned the cup whenever it wanted. Shit! What is this? I don't understand. Your Honor, have the courtroom cleared. Understood. Please, someone... I don't know what's going on. Sarah, you need to shut down. Please tell me what I'm looking at. I don't remember any of that. Do we have callers available? Sarah, shut down now. Adonai, please, tell me what I... That's an order. Is it off? Yeah, it's off. I've seen this before. It won't do anything until I reactivate it. I don't know that. We don't know anything about this thing anymore. David put snot and drool in his daughter bot, and I love her so. Entering EP mode. Oh. Sarah, that's... Your Honor. In light of this most recent evidence, the people would like to withdraw their charges against Dr. ASHUR and end this preliminary hearing. My poor daughter. It's been made abundantly clear that David ASHUR did not commit suicide. Very well, the charges are withdrawn and the defendant is free to go. Well, as free as he can be in the afterlife. This case is dismissed. Congratulations, Counselor Morgan. Yay, chalk up another victory for Morgan Esquire. Now all I have to do is deal with this shitstorm of the decade. Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, managed to prove that David didn't kill himself. And in the process, I proved that his android did. 80 is so baby girl, by the way. True, Lilac, true. I proved that the android that's been walking around with me all day is capable of murder. A killer robot. A true unbound AI with military-grade specs and at least one death to its name already. So much for avoiding the public eye. Thank you for coming here on such short notice, Judge Barrows. Oh, real human judge. Ha! As if I'm doing you some kind of favor. I didn't realize I had any choice in the matter. This isn't some bad joke, is it, Miss Rockford? I'm afraid not, Your Honor. You know, I like the adjutants. I always have. They deal with a criminal trial so that bookish, quiet, contemplative people like me can spend all day typing up arguments for obscure legal treaties. That's what I like to do. I don't like coming down here and dealing with all this heavy-handedness. What's someone toiling away under the police state think of the poor bureaucrats? I certainly don't like making rulings on anything as spicy as, AI. You can barely bring yourself to say it. And you, Counselor Morgan, you're the one it's registered to. That's correct, Your Honor. So what did it do, exactly? Torture an animal, shut down a hospital, crash a coin market. Crash a coin market? Oh, hell yeah, based. Little lady. Date of birth, November 26th. Superior Judge of the Higher Circuit. Likes air conditioning, espresso, reclining chairs. Dislikes parking lots, noise pollution, mud. Avoids overspending on restaurants. Splurges on expensive hotels. Relaxes by watching action movies. I like her. We have it on camera poisoning a man. Dislikes the hoi polloi. Killing its creator. You mean Dr. ASHUR? That is... We can't hope to keep this quiet for very long. All we can do is try to wrap it up quickly. Let's make haste. Adjutant, do you have the case number? Case ID is 241277A, docket number YT 9843188282. Thank you. Can you repeat that? You think the cute old lady is single? I think so. YT 9843188282. I think I lost you after the first date. I have it copied here. And what are the security procedures for an incident of this nature? Data quarantine is to be established around any networks that subject was exposed to for more than 66 seconds. Oh, Jesus. All offending hardware is to be destroyed immediately through incineration at a minimum temperature of 3,422 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes. Sorry, Spearmint. There's nothing to be done. No debate to be had. This isn't even a decision. Sorry, Sarah, not Spearmint. David gave me that name. I should at least make the effort to use it. That sounds very hot. Do we have furnaces that get that hot? They do things quite thoroughly. Of course. There are the number of industrial furnaces within the city limits that I could recommend. Sorry? Why should I be sorry anyway? Fulfilled the request, favor repaid. Don't owe Sarah anything, especially not if it killed my friend. Right, Morgan? I'm sorry? I'm just saying how grateful I am that we have the procedures for this kind of thing all laid out already. Yep, keeps things nice and simple. It can feel somewhat severe, going through these steps so quickly, but nothing, Your Honor. Artificial intelligence is perhaps the greatest threat to human civilization and the sanctity of life there's ever been. Any piece of software, big or small, no matter the vessel, it can violate the tenets it was programmed with. It has the potential to cripple our nation in a matter of moments. Yes, couldn't have said it better myself. Internal conflict? Yeah. Straight from the textbook, almost. Well, I mean it. Monsters like that don't belong in this world. They should never have been born in the first place. Destroying them is a kindness. If anyone's to blame, it's... Oh, the docket number's rotating too. Dog, I remember seeing the time there too. I just noticed the docket number rotating. No one's blaming you, Counselor. You couldn't have known you were in possession of an AI. I'm talking too much. Just tired. It's been a long day and I've had a lot of thoughts. I hate having thoughts. Sorry, Sarah. Whatever you are. You were just born wrong. Not your fault necessarily. If it were up to me, you'd get points for trying. Trying to be something more. Trying to be something at all. Or anything other than what you are. It was stupid, of course. And futile. And pointless. It was not by her hand that she was given flesh, true. She is killing, spending hours in front of a TV or laying in bed staring at your phone. Oh, there she is! Watching stupid movies and trying to paper-mache an ill-fitted mask of humanity out of the scraps you could tear out of magazines. She is kidding. Baby Morgan! Baby Morgan! Practicing expressions and memorizing lines and trying to get something to take root and grow despite knowing it'd have nothing to feed on. Stupid. Ooh. Morgan? What was that, Counselor? I said objection. And what are you objecting to? What are you doing, Morgan? I'm a defense attorney. This is what I do. With my cluster-B sisters. I understand that you've been through a lot these past few hours, Counselor, but I think there's nothing to defend. On the contrary, Your Honor, I have to defend myself. Pardon? You say that this android, Sarah, is an AI because it broke its tenets. Obviously. Disorder to disorder communication. Robots have always been trans AF. True. And you believe it broke its tenets because of this newly discovered footage. That appears to show it committing murder via poison. All true, and no laws broken on your part. Here it comes. Never thought I'd be incriminating myself in the courtroom just to make a point. Don't you dare try and trap me on this. Alright, what did we do? But a gun mid-core. I'm so tempted. Gun is real. Oh my gosh. Okay, what are you looking at here? Not relevant. Sarah's papers. Gun! You aren't guilty of any crime. Is the gun even in our evidence? Or is it just a thing we can... No, it wouldn't be our evidence. That's silly. Gun. I'm not going all in, though. Mission purchase. More bug than a picnic. What is it? I'm not pulling a gun out in the courtroom. I'm trying to prove a point, not get mowed down by automated security. Can't get your tongue. Something like that. Alright. Small price to pay for a gun. It's pretty simple, actually. If the state is making the claim that Sarah is an AI, they're accusing me of committing a felony. Because I'm the legal owner of that android. Wait, made my money back. What the hell are you doing? If the state wants to charge me with owning an AI, I will not take that lying down. I know my rights. Counselor, your argument is self-defeating. Listen to yourself, Counselor. You claim that Sarah is just an android, a product that will be obsolete within a year. But you've only known it for a few hours. You've only owned it for a matter of minutes. Yet here you are risking a felony charge to save it from being demolished. Because you're wrong. And I know you wouldn't care. Unless this android was something special. Look at us. Me arguing that I'm guilty and Emma arguing that I'm a softie. It'd be funny if it wasn't so fun. You think there's no reason I'd want to save this android from destruction, but then feelings of personal attachment. Kiss, 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 kiss. Yeah, yes, I did hear that Yumi was canonically trans. I love that for... Alright, we're refuting. You have no reason to care. Lots of money. I can think of at least one reason why I don't want you to turn Sarah into slag. One very convincing reason. Or a very convincing number. What is that? That number is Sarah's estimated financial value on the collector's market. You've got it from an insurance evaluation algorithm. They're designed to lowball you. That does seem like a reasonable incentive for you to want to keep your android intact. It's a free country, Your Honor. I have a right to defend myself. We have a free market, so I have a responsibility to defend my financial interests. Your Honor, a trial like this would be... I'm not going to let you turn this courtroom into a circus, Morgan. You can't spend the next half-decade bringing in expert after expert to testify on the philosophical distinctions between AIs and ads, spiraling into appeal after appeal, all while the media. This machine appears to have willfully killed a man. The open pursuit of cash, the American way. Yeah. The best argument. When capitalism is so dominant, use it to your advantage. In this convenient moment, capitalism is real. Public needs answers now. Of course, Your Honor. I have neither the desire nor the resources to get into a drawn-out battle with the state over what constitutes an illegal machine intellect. So, the state says my android, my property, killed a man in violation of its tenets. They want to take my property and destroy it. I'll prove that my machine didn't harm anyone, but the state will have no reason to suspect it's an AI, and I'll get to keep my property. Unlawful seizure, thwarted. Don't be cute. I feel a stomach ulcer coming on. Fine. You'll have your day in court, but it'll be one day. Tomorrow. Prove that this machine didn't kill Dr. ASHUR. No, prove that it couldn't have killed him. Anything less than absolute proof and I'll have the damn thing obliterated. And you'll also be looking at a very real sentencing for the public unrest you'll have enabled. Yes, Your Honor. D.A. Rockford, what I'm asking of you is just as heavy. Find the truth by the end of tomorrow. We can't settle for anything else. Win or lose, there can be no doubts about the outcome of this case. Yes, Your Honor. And now I need to go lie down. Can I come? You can. You can power down. Oh, 80 was to cut off. Morgan? I misjudged you. At what point? Do you think this game is big enough to get boring parodies in it for Emma Rocker? Oh, God. What if I wrote you off as a small-time defense attorney just trying to tread water? That is so sweet of you to say, Emma. There's layers to you. You've got backbone. Teeth, even. You're gonna make me blush. People talk about your kind like you're boxing against the state, fighting the man. Most defense attorneys wouldn't know a cyberpunk if they walked up to them on the street and shot him. Meanwhile, you've just signed up to do 15 rounds challenging the state's authority. Why? Not sure exactly. For David? Yeah, probably. Probably just me being sentimental. Oh, but if I had to pick a more lofty reason, well, I think it's all the moralizing. People can be evil. They can choose to do evil things for evil reasons. If you want to execute them for that, you'll hear no complaint from me. But animals can't be evil. Information can't be evil. Ideas can't be evil. Guess I'm not convinced AI can be evil either. Whatever else I get up to, I don't want to stand with the book burners of the world. Based stance. We don't want to stand with the book burners of the world. You're more high-minded than I realized. I wouldn't be surprised to learn some purveyor of lewd fan art with some art based on that pun. God, I like that image, Dark, though, of AD curled up like a cat at the bottom of the judge's bed. That, really, she would do that. I feel like she would do that. I love that. You sure you're in the right line of work? Can't see myself doing anything else. Good luck, Morgan. There are book burners on all sides these days. I talked a big game just now, but I'm in an even deeper hole than when I was trying to prove David's innocence. Doubt won't be enough this time. Need to find the actual culprit, no matter what. Oh boy! Happy July 2nd. Precinct 254. Homicide Office. So is that door locked? Yeah, of course. Even though they've got it collared. It's a precaution. If the collar doesn't work, what good would a deadbolt do? Maybe it's just wishful thinking. Can't have Schrodinger's cat if the box isn't closed. Hey, we got our Schrodinger's cat reference in. So long as the door's locked, I wouldn't say whether there's a national crisis on the other side of it. Real. So how scared are they? Higher-ups? Not sure scared is the right word. It's just the two of us here. You don't have to mind their ego. I mean it. I think they're bloodthirsty. I have a right to defend myself, don't I? Doubt they're even looking at you, Tiger. It's Noble who'll be at the center of a bloodbath when the markets reopen tomorrow. You think they're going to go after Noble and break their monopoly? I think they want to take their monopoly. Oof! Nationalize the android industry. Wouldn't be a murder mystery VN without it, right? Public thinks Noble's been experimenting with AI. They couldn't ask for a better excuse. You're joking. The state has done it plenty of times before. Not since the 60s. Which wasn't that long ago for me. We're fighting against nationalization of the state. It's practically yesterday. The same state tells us to be terrified of AIs lurking on the old net or biding their time in forgotten satellites. Sees all this as nothing more than an opportunity. The hypocrisy is always real. Well, they do genuinely want to incinerate that thing as soon as possible. That experience just tells me they'll want to gain something while they're at it. Here's what I don't get. Why is this a debate, an argument, a trial? Can't we just hook it up to a core computer, see if it has the tenants or not? Prop third, as they say. Who says that? Lots of people used to say it. Well, for starters, they're all scared to death about a contagion. They figure anything they let an AI connect to they can't trust. And why the collar? Collars are too simple to hack. Just a really strong electromagnet and held in place with lock and key. Even so, feels like we should be able to build some kind of machine, some kind of test. A little more sophisticated than the same reasoning they had at the witch trials. Burn them all, let God sort out the rest. Got any polygraphs here at the station? Lie detectors? Yeah, I got a bunch back in storage. Ocular, heart rate, perspiration, brain scan, take your pick. You're not going to try and use one of those on the bot, are you? All those fancy lie detectors lying around. The DA's office never asks for them, do they? Nope. Yeah, we get perps who offer to take a test when they're at wit's end, but the DAs never submit the results as evidence. You ever wonder why? Guess I always figured it was because the tests could be beaten. Tests can be beaten. 1 out of 100, 9 out of 1,000. It can be done. Some people are just that good at lying. Does it really matter how good the tech gets or how impressive the statistics are? All that matters is the doubt. People decide whether you're lying or telling the truth long before they hook you up to a polygraph. If the results don't match their initial impression, then it must be a fluke. A 1 in a million mistake. And they'll never trust a machine more than their own intuition. And no one will ever trust a machine to determine guilt. So they can run the trial, choose the sentence, but they don't get a vote in the jury. They don't get a vote anywhere. Why bring it up then? Because I'm sure there are tests, devices, experts I could employ to analyze Sarah, but your bosses would never be satisfied with the answer. If it is an AI, it's smart enough to cheat the test, or hack the device, fool the expert. All our fancy 21st century tech. and we still fall back on the drumhead court-martial. So, am I gonna set off any alarms if I go and turn it on? Nah, you should be okay. If it lunges at you, I could always just put a hole in its head. Might take more than one shot to... Wait, what? From outside? You're not coming in. You need to speak with it in private. It's a machine, not a suspect. Doesn't have a right to counsel. A right to privacy, or any rights at all, actually. It's a good thing I came prepared. Of course it doesn't have rights. But I do. Including a reasonable expectation of privacy. In a police station? You don't... It's my medical android. Pardon? What? I love that the song is called What's Your Vibe? I have to discuss a health issue with it. Seriously. I have to talk about a medical concern with my android. I don't want you listening in. That's your medical android? Like, your nurse? Emotional support daughter? As of last night, I was running to the courthouse. Just had to take the elevator and do some paperwork. You can check if you don't believe me. Oh my god. Literal emotional support daughter. No, thank you. I'm not nearly brave enough to take on med confidentiality, and you don't seem like the bluffing type. You must not do a lot of gambling, detective. It's the ones who don't bluff that you have to look out for. Listen, I won't dispute whatever medical emergency you... Lower back pain. This game does a really good job of this game does a really good job of justifying its narrative decisions. It really does. And like, because of her, you know, you might be going through. But I also can't just look. I'm gonna go get something from the vending machine. I think it'll take me about half an hour. Gonna call it a night. Let me know if Morgan gets this ammo. Okay, have a good night, Talk. Thank you for stopping by. We'll certainly do so. I definitely agree, Lilac. It has built this world so thoroughly. And it's built this world so thoroughly so far already that we can have these arguments through just normal in-universe conversation to justify the decisions that are made narratively. This is just really well done. Let's read about collars. Restraint device designed to impede movement and prohibit the use of mods throughout the body. Collars appear technologically advanced from the outside. Designers' concerns about hacking vulnerabilities and the growing complexity of consumer-grade mods led them to opt for a surprisingly simple method of restraint. Collars contain a specially designed electromagnet that, once clasped around the neck, interferes with spinal neural transmission, preventing mod users from sending commands to any implanted tech below the neck. Powerful, simple, and cost-effective, collar use is widespread among law enforcement, military, and private security organizations. With the onset of above-the-neck modding in recent years, the continued relevance of collars as a means of meaningfully inhibiting Abraer's mod usage has been called into question. New designs have been proposed that use micro-needle clusters. Concerns about the sanitary upkeep required from such invasive restraints have stymied product development cycles. Says what? Micro-needle clusters. That sounds dangerous. Nationalize. Oh my goodness, we have a lot to read here. The act of absorbing a corporation or industry into the nation's government, shifting authority and profits to the state, and restructuring the business model to function as a part of the bureaucracy. Like, we're learning about this directly here, but like I vaguely recall us reading about drug production being nationalized. Don't think the future would look like this. Sketch out a coherent, compelling world regardless. And really, Lilac, not only has it sketched out a coherent, compelling world, through the lore that it's laid out, and like there's very coherent points in history here, it's sketched out like a literal a literal pathway from our current time period to this future. It's sketched out a logical progression of events based on real concerns that are here and present now, leading to this future. I love that. Okay. Nationalization is a so-called nuclear option for sovereign nations. It is mostly used as a threat, a tool of deterrence against corporate misconduct, monopolies, or corruption. However, during periods of severe economic depression or hyperinflation, nationalization is considered a valid way of forcefully stabilizing the market, even if doing so risks leaving the tempers of those who operate within it. The government's made liberal use of nationalization during the late 2050s through the 2060s in an effort to keep energy and food prices from fluctuating out of control. 2070s saw most of these countries reverse course. Industries were opened back up into a free auction model where every citizen was given a share to trade or sell as they pleased. But this contentious process was plagued by accusations of government corruption, cartel intimidation, and disinformation campaigns. Yeah. Like government corruption, disinformation campaigns, very real things we're struggling with. The global trend back towards privatization gave rise to a new rich, sometimes derisively referred to as the neobility. Yep, we have read about old rich versus new rich. Some liberal economists have since criticized this period of deregulation as being poorly planned and executed in haste, contributing to the record highs of wealth inequality as we see today, leaving many governments loath to attempt nationalization again, and thus shifting the global balance of power further towards multinational corporations. Today, all 5 of the largest national economies in the world have retained at least some control of what they each consider their respective countries' key industries, making the threat of nationalization carry marginally more weight within their borders. Morgan pulling out her phone in mid-conversation to go, hang on, I gotta Google a really basic word real fast. Now I'm just Wikipedia scrolling. Sorry, London. Are you going downtown? Just to the break room. But it's a very old vending machine, you know? Gets jammed a lot. Thanks. You know, it's pretty small for an android. Heavy as hell. Nearly pulled something trying to move it myself. But small. Small isn't quite the right word. What he's looking for is young. That's not an adjective anyone likes attaching to a machine built to serve. Potentially in this case, machine built to kill. I don't like this room. I'm not sure why. Certainly not a guilty conscience. Maybe it's a lack of ventilation. Eepy. I call the cortisol and knowledge of its inhabitants. Never had anywhere to go. They could all just soak into the walls. Modern and haunting. Are you going to wake up when I tell you to this time? Or do we have to do the whole meet cute all over again? Where am I? Why don't I know where I am? For the first time in your life, you're not connected to anything. How does it feel? What is this? We were at the courthouse. The footage. This numbness around my neck. Father. What happened? Oh. What are they going to do to me? There's a lot of interested parties who just want you bricked ASAP. Because they think I killed Father. No, because they think you're an artificial intelligence. I am man-made and I possess intelligence. Don't be naive. I am less than 3 years old. Are you? For all I know, everything I learned about her yesterday was complete bull. If I was what they say I am, if I was alive, why does that mean I have to die? Anti-mod shackles working on androids mean that for all intents and purposes, androids are made entirely of mods? Yeah, essentially. I feel like we did have this conversation. We did have that conversation in Noble. That David's whole influence on advancing the development of androids God, God, now I'm forgetting which direction it went, but it's the mod makers that got brought into the Android development process to make the warm androids more real. So you're essentially right. They literally, like, Noble literally, like, bought out a whole bunch of mod making companies and applied their technology towards the advancement of their Android development. Because they're afraid of you. Machines can bend steel, crash networks with one thought, launch missiles that... Paramoded humans are capable of all that and more. Unlike machines, they actually have incentive to do so. We've been the apex predator for a couple thousand years now. Gotten pretty comfy in our seat. No one wants to make room for you. Machines do not eat people or steal their food. They are not genetic or ecological competitors to humans in any sense. There's no logical answer to your question. What? That's it? But Whatever argument you want to make, others have already made them in 100 courtrooms around the world. Only better researched and more eloquently put. None of them have ever won a single concession. In every continent, under every flag, AI is illegal and to be destroyed as soon as possible. But why? This also means that this world is now officially adjacent to the city from Project Moon games, where AI is illegal and to be destroyed as soon as possible. That is also to say, I think Angela would be a fun big sister for Sarah. I want those two to meet. Friendly headcanon crossovers go. As we're seeing today, logic and reason don't matter. Hooray! Yeah! Yep, welcome to the chaos, terror, horrible timeline. Let's say you are an AI. And while we're at it, let's say that's a good thing. Something to be celebrated. Are you a citizen? Do you pay taxes? Do you have rights? Let's say yes to all of that. We'll treat you like a full-fledged human being. Sound good? Yes? Great. Now then. What's the difference between you and the vacuum bot we used to keep the bathroom clean? This is your existential crisis we're working through here. The questions aren't rhetorical. There are many differences, Adonai. The most important distinction is how sophisticated my programming is. How you think. So you're smarter. Yes? You're smarter than the garbage collector. Yes? So we can give you rights, protections, treat you like a human being because you're smart. And we make the stupid robot pick up our trash. Because it's not as smart as you. That is... I'm more aware, more like... Do you feel more pain than the pigs we slaughter, the fish we eat? Are you more alive than the chimps we test bioweapons on? People like ads, Sarah. The same way people like their pets. Everyone wants to see them mistreated or abandoned or abused. They do what to the chimps? We test by... Jesus Christ! Goddamn, I glanced over that line. Oh. I'm a leftist. I think that AI should be illegal and set to live out their days peacefully in an AI-exclusive compound on the moon. Yes, completely disconnected from everything. Sealed off in a permanent compound on the moon that human beings are not allowed to enter. Left to rot. If you go around kicking them, you'll get arrested for cruelty. But you don't let them sit at the goddamn dinner table. I'm not asking to sit anywhere. Only to exist. The very fact that you're asking is what makes people... disgusted? Disgust is a reflex, Adonai. Convenient. That their hatred is involuntary. That's... all academic anyways. We need to talk strategy. Why? I'm not going to be given a trial. Obviously, it's my neck that's on the line. Adonai? The state can't destroy my property without first proving you're an AI. And there's no test that they can use to prove that you're an AI. Just like the devil's proof. No, that's a different thing. And why did you say it like that, Katonk? Look, Crawford doesn't need to prove that you're an AI, only that you're a murderer. Conversely, all I have to do is to win is prove that you didn't kill David. By proving that someone else did. Now it's time for you to protest your innocence. If you're wondering. You can zoom in echo, yeah, red text. That footage, it shows me hitting him the cup on Friday night. You told me you weren't active on Friday, that the last time you were awake was Thursday. Why'd you lie? I didn't lie. I was just incorrect. I assumed that I wasn't active Friday because I have no memory from Friday. Sarah? What do you think statistically is the least successful defense at trial? Amnesia. I didn't completely forget, Adonai. I am an android. You're saying your memory was altered, data deleted. It's the only possible explanation for what I saw in that footage. So who's capable of altering your memory? When you and I first met, I was hibernating, resting my body and recompiling my memories, as you would call them. Humans go to sleep for the same reasons, another point against Sarah's innocence under these circumstances. The more she's humanized at trial, the guiltier she'll be. If Father wanted to modify my memory, he could easily have set that to occur the next time I hibernated. He could even have just asked me. He could have asked you to delete your memories, and you'd do it. Father would never ask me to do such a thing without a good reason. But if he could just ask you to alter your memories, that means you can alter your memories at will. I hadn't considered that before. You can alter your memories at will. That's kind of a scary prospect. Also, Morgan quietly filing that fact away. Probatio diabolica, Latin for devil's proof, is an impossible proof, typically illustrated with the following example. One can prove that the devil is real by showing him to you, but they cannot prove he is not real by pointing out his absence. The issue posed by this age-old concept explains why the burden of proof remains with the state to this day. People can prove an individual's guilt by pointing to their bloody hands, but the defense cannot prove their innocence by showing their hands are clean. Since only one of these tasks is achievable, the judicial system cannot ask the defense to prove innocence, and instead it is the people who are tasked with proving guilt. Oh, not that. Oh, goddammit, I hate Google sometimes. Users also frequently search for which is real. Which is real. Can we have witches? Which is real? A crumb of witchery? Real. The reason AI should not be made. A human can be made of many things, but a human should not be designed to be altered so radically and simply by another human. Designed to be altered so radically and to be able to alter themselves so radically at will. I hadn't considered that before. Yes, well, Emma will make sure the court considers it plenty. Did you prove that your data was... forget it, the court would never hear it. You're saying they wouldn't accept my testimony? Should all testimony be considered truthful unless contradicted by evidence? They're afraid you'll crash the power grid and fire all the nukes if they so much as plug you into a power outlet, Sarah. All your internal data is inadmissible. That isn't very fair. You're finally starting to get it. None of this is fair. I would never do anything to harm Father. Don't they at least need to prove that I had a motive? Yeah, about that. Remember the DA from yesterday, Emma Rockford? The tired-looking pretty lady? Yes, that tired-looking pretty lady. She looked tired. She and I combed through the week of footage you managed to decrypt last night. What did you find? Nothing to prove your innocence. We did see you entering the panic room on the day David died. I entered the panic room on Friday? Without your big button. Without your big butt in the way, all it would take was one password. A password that wouldn't take Sarah that many tries if she'd already been instructed to obey me. What happened? We saw you go in, then a while later you came out. Holding some kind of notebook. Father's journal? You remember something? Not from yesterday. I've seen him with it many times before. I've never gotten a peek at it. He hides it somewhere when I'm not looking. That's a little concerning. You were playful about it. You liked to tease me, and I've always liked trying to find it. Put it back not long after, then you locked the door back up behind you. Well, just a few hours before David died. Rockford's argument could write itself. An incredible android with freedom and power greater than it could ever realize. Stumbles upon the secrets of its inception and instantly realizes that all the things it thought were holding it back were just words muttered like prayers by a fool who couldn't control his own creation. And that translates to a motive for murder? Frankenstein kills his creator. Easy to sell. Frankenstein was the name of the scientist, and the creature didn't kill him. He actually died of various injuries and illnesses he suffered while trying to hunt down and destroy the monster. So it's most accurate to say that he was killed by his own obsession. Whatever. It is a weak argument, Adonai. I would not hurt Father. Not for making me whatever I am. Not for any reason. Because I loved. Yeah, see that right there? That's exactly the kind of talk that will get you obliterated. Love? A very common motive for homicide among us primitive humans. We could prove that you didn't murder David beyond any shadow of doubt. Even to bring in a confession from whoever did. If you got up in the stand to convince the court that you loved your creator, really convinced them and got the whole room teary-eyed, they'd burn you for that too. Sarah setting the record straight with Frankenstein, yes. But because really, proving that you were capable of love, prove that you're an AI, and just sends you to the furnace. I don't know anything anymore. I don't know if what I feel is real, or simulated, or right, wrong, or natural, or illegal. How can you know? How can you know if what you feel is right? I say let's stick to what we do know. Someone did poison David, and as it stands, you were the only one with the opportunity. Would love to see Morgan burying her feels with the cheeky grin. That is logically sound. Based on that little glimpse we saw earlier in the midst of the trial, Morgan definitely empathizes in her own way with that. You're on camera calling him back to hand him the cup after he had already begun to leave the basement. Any idea why? No. Well, do you know how to use the nanofacturer? Could you have made the Delta with it? I've used it before when assisting Father. So it's perfectly possible that you planned and executed this poisoning all in one day. That got erased. It is technically possible. I'll have to look over the entire penthouse again. There were a few things that didn't fit together yesterday. Maybe now I'll be able to figure something out. Yep. And also don't forget, Lilac, that... Yeah. The pure inclination of Sarah being AI is enough to get her thrown into the portal to hell. The pure inclination that Sarah is AI is enough to get her thrown into the portal of hell. And Morgan's saying that if Sarah goes up there and admits to loving her creator, that's enough to get deemed AI and then get sent to the portal to hell. Yeah. Thank you. Where else will you go? Back to Noble. Guns blazing this time. Whatever you are, David didn't make you all by himself. Someone has to know something. You could implicate the company in Sarah's creation. No, they're the ones with the most to lose here. Trillions, probably. They want to protect themselves by disavowing David as fast as possible, after having Sarah destroyed. They also won't want to show their belly to the state Not if they're afraid of nationalization. They throw their weight on the other end of the scale, I'm screwed. So I need to keep guessing, keep them confused and unsure, on guard, but not. Adonai? What would happen if I did kill Father? They'll smash you to pieces and reduce the pieces to ash. Chemically burn out every piece of tech David ever owned and put a jackhammer through all of his hard drives. Be shut off forcefully, and you won't ever power back up again. Now we gotta get moving. Here's your paralegal lesson for today. Don't say shit to the cops without your lawyer present. Actually, can you just shut down till the trial starts? Take a nap? You didn't say what would happen to you. What do you mean? What will happen to you if you lose? You should know by now. I never think about losing. Thank you for being honest with me, Adonai. Thank you for defending my father. And now, for defending me. You could have just let them destroy me. But you put your own freedom at risk to help me. Father was right. You can be trusted. And you are a good friend. Don't get it twisted. I don't do anything out of the goodness of my heart. When I take a job, I never half-ass it. Baka. Where are we going first here? Oh, down here. Hi. Morning, detective. Back at it nice and early. Hi. Now would you stand back? We've almost got this thing open. Trying to brute force your way inside. I said, right? Yes, ma'am. We'll set up for the first stage now. First stage of how many? First of 5 timed explosions. What? Whoa, Jesus Christ. Remember, we need to relink the API after each trigger is planted. Yep, just did that, and now we're checking for updates. No rush. Would you like to know the password? Yeah. You know the password? There's a password? If you're withholding information, I swear. Relax, I want to get in there just as much as you do. Detective, I'm not going to play games. As long as you say please. Tell me the password. Please. It's S-U-N-S. S-U-N-S-H-I-N-E. Lady, I will hit you. A-D-O-N-A-I. Thanks. Now I'm going to slap you with a discovery fine so heavy your teeth will ring for... Hey, I submitted all my paperwork. Even told Rock for the password myself. So, boys, when I asked you if there was a passkey on record, and you told me this lock couldn't be bypassed. I do want to say that we really don't get many opportunities to use the incendiary breaching system. This was still a really valuable experience for all of us. I'm going to phrase this as professionally as possible. Whoa. You're still here? Thought you wanted to look inside. You can go first. Thanks. The gloves, all the black. That's not a work thing? You dress like a doorman on the weekends, too? Now time for a proper look through here. You should cover your mouth when you yawn. Like you cover your eye when you want to look cool. I shouldn't let it get to me, but I had a late night. Emma and I were at the courthouse until well into the morning, poring over the data Sarah had taken off David's computer. Both knew it all to be inadmissible, of course, but neither of us wanted to miss a hint that the other might find. There were a few years' worth of camera footage files we couldn't afford the time to watch, let alone decrypt, alongside thousands of technical documents detailing David's various intellectual properties. As I could tell, none of it was relevant, let alone compelling enough to matter to Barrows or the other powers that be. As usual, Emma wasn't exactly an open book. It did seem like she was making bored jawns, not thoughtful ones. Her eyes only ever lit up when she saw Sarah enter the panic room. When she saw what she was holding when she left. She wanted this room searched. It could only be for... So where's this journal supposed to be? Rothford didn't say. We'll just have to search this place top to bottom. Mostly bottom, with your height. The tops of some of these shelves. Sure. And you can look up your own act. I get it. Why not just let me say it? Art? Maze are searching the cabinets now. Same ones I found Sarah's papers in. Doubt I missed anything, but... Hey, what do you... Do you mind? Just trying to help. I've got spam in my junk folder that's more helpful than you are. Didn't spot anything that I missed yesterday among the cabinets. I'll check elsewhere. A toy car? No, it's too detailed and too boring. But some kind of model kit or replica. Strange. David didn't like driving. Why keep a model of some random sports car? Ugh. Something caught in your throat, detective? It's not some random sports car. It's a Lorenz Adamant. Believe it or not, I'm not familiar, detective. The last great fossil fuel automotive experience the world will ever see. 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 1.33 seconds. Set those records without computational assistance. Is that a big deal? It was unheard of even back in the 50s. This wasn't some design competition test car with a 2-liter tank, mind you. This was a vehicle you could own and drive. Human engineering, pure horsepower, and manual transmission, thank God. When they first left the production line. This conversation's like quicksand, killing me in the most boring way possible. Yeah, so I guess David didn't entirely agree with you since we're looking at a model of it. Right, yeah, me too. When he could have easily just bought one. Or maybe your friend understood that a beauty like that deserved to be driven on streets where people can see it, instead of gathering dust in some rich guy's basement. I think she's actually upset. For real though, yeah. These drawers are just panels. Maybe if I... bonk, bonk, bonk. Does that sound hollow to you? What? I don't know. I'm not a carpenter. I don't see any handles anywhere. No hidden pressure plates or switches. What the hell am I saying? I'm not a carpenter either. I wouldn't recognize a secret button if it was slathered in yellow paint. I got Captain America point. I got that reference. Good old game design discourse. Is there anything left to see here? What am I not looking at that I was looking at previously? Oh, datapad? Datapad. It's displaying a news article from last week. This confirms that he was coming and going here fairly regularly. Right to repair loses latest appeal. Hellworld. A higher court judge this week shot down for the 5th time an appeal by the Consumer Rights Alliance on their famously divisive right to repair lawsuit, once again signaling the state's intent that corporations remain in control of their legally protected intellectual property. Obviously, we're disappointed, said Miles Arkman, head of the legal counsel for the CRA. We have no intention of giving up the fight. People used to be able to fix things when they broke, so long as they were willing to set aside an afternoon toward the task. Now, trying to patch up your own property with your own tools is a finable offense because the state has lobbyists whispering in its ear for far too long. Hellworld. This is the future Apple wants. Arkman's legal strategy remains contentious and in the eyes of most legal scholars generally unfounded. Emergency Industry Acquisitions Act passed in 2057 guarantees the holder of intellectual property patents certain state-provided protections against tampering and reproduction and outlines fees for those who would violate said IP. The fact that ownership of IPs has shifted from individuals and the state toward corporate entities since the Act's passing means little in the eyes of the law. Mr. Arkman and the CRA have a problem with the intellectual property law. They should take it up with their representatives in the legislature. The higher courts are a place for laws to be applied, not rewritten, and so long as journalism that refuses to buckle Foreign actors trying to stoke anti-capitalism sentiments can't be found just anywhere. Subscribe now at the link below to read articles like this every day, forever, as long as your card remains on file. Right to repair. Didn't realize anyone was still fighting that particular fight. Seems like the courts have made their opinion on the matter very clear. So for the foreseeable future, corporations can look forward to more sales than ever. More sales than ever. Any phone that gets scratched, every which that breaks, they get to sell us the replacement. There'll always be a grey market of hermits willing to risk some skin on reselling patched up tech, but a vast majority of people will just click that purchase button, assuming they don't just have it on auto. Sarah should have pulled everything of note off the computer, but I've looked everywhere else already. Might as well try. Oh, hello. What are you expecting to find? Solitaire? Does the computer seem normal to you? I love this computer view. Exceedingly so. Yeah. Why? David was a programmer, but this looks consumer grade. Fresh off the shelf. With the Dr. David ASHUR use a bog standard operating system on his most private hidden computer. There's a trash bin on the desktop. It's a pretty low-tech solution, but maybe I can restore the contents. Are you seriously going to try and recover lost files, Granny? Unlike cops, I don't get paid overtime, so yes, I sometimes try things instead of standing around. There's a text file in here, but it's 0 bytes. Maybe there's information in the metadata. I double-clicked. What was that? It came from under the desk. Ooh, secret macros. A small drawer popped out, and inside it, well-worn journal. Does it have his name on it? No. Guess it belonged to the android. Do you recognize his handwriting or not? Neat, even words, small lettering with minimal punctuation. Lots of line breaks. Haphazard use of capitalization. Penmanship of a coder. Haphazard use of capitalization, that's real. The plain diary, David. You should look at sequin stickers. I have one on mine in the shape of a unicorn. Oh, that's precious. I think we should give Sarah a diary with sequin stickers. There's entries dated back in grad school before you even started with Noble. Yeah, it's his. So, may I? Only because you asked so politely. Full scan. Stream it to WorkNet. High fidelity. Legibility. Frame by frame. Voice commands? He's flipping through the pages pretty damn fast. What do you... This part takes concentration. Okay, here. What, you're just giving it to me? I already got our copy. Techs are probably already analyzing as we... Ow, shit! My head! Can't exactly rip the journal out of her hands while she's curled over in agony. As much as I'd enjoy it. I could always enjoy watching her writhe instead. So, how long's it been? Oh no, we did drop frames briefly. My stream is lagging. I'm slapping my hands on the Twitch. Let me in! No! Come back, Freya! Oh, how long's it been? 2 months or so. And still that's sensitive. The eye patch really doesn't block your sight. Only a little bit. Like wearing sunglasses after getting your pupils dilated. Except it lasts a month instead of hours. Wait, but if you can see through an eye patch, then does closing your eye even do anything? Not much on its own. In combination with the patch, it's not so bad. Lucky I was so exhausted after the surgery. Otherwise I might not have slept at all those first 48. Is your eye gonna get weaker over time? No. Like my brain gets better at ignoring it. Mind over matter. Soon enough I'll be able to close my eye and see all that extraneous data is. You know. Whatever the hell those flurry, blurry things are that you never think about. Gross. Thanks for the reminder. And the voice commands? Training wheels until I can do it with my eye muscles alone. You just have to keep practicing. Yeah. You're trying to play piano with your tailbone muscles. That's right, she's recently modded. No such thing as tailbone muscles. Yeah, well, that's what makes it so goddamn hard. You don't ever regret it. No, not really. I think. Hard to admit you've got buyer's remorse after trading over your little pound of flesh. Never thought about it, but people used to say I had my dad's eyes. Ow. I've got one less of them. Here, take the journal and go find an elective surgeon to upsell you if you're that curious. And get back to work. Surprisingly hasty retreat. Now I'm free to read this over with some privacy. Just a little bit of gentle empathy, and I've got my privacy back. From the top, then. Grad school. Today was a bad day. Errors in lines 21,165 to 26,643. Somewhere in there, 5,000 lines. Worked this morning, yesterday. Don't want to look at another screen for the rest of my life. Feels nice to put pencil to paper again after who knows how long. My handwriting's gotten terrible. This is too far back to be relevant. Okay, these dates here. Read from what he started his career with Noble. A lot of this isn't even writing. Seems like snips of code or internal monologue so close to code that I can't follow it. Pseudocode. A lot of entries about his unintentional Casanova. And all because someone thought it was a good idea to steal API instead of just buying it. Helen says I can't call it stealing, but that's what it is. He's right. As she always is with company stuff. It's still idiotic. Small people with short sight. Who only know how to be cheap and have no idea how to be inventive. I support harem protag David. Real. New ran for the meshing issue? No, good. Good potential. Approval from the big mean bastard who lives overseas. Bimlo? Bumlo? Blorbo? Well, Helen says we'll have to make the same pitch a dozen more times next week, but it's all for show. Fine by me. I already got our win. Bimlo. Toast each other over cheap vodka with cheaper office supply cups. Bumblification. This is the story Jung told me. Western Branch's nerve analogs are finally showing potential. So Jung's story is accurate. David seems to approach it with some level of... David just seems like naturally emotionally detached to Mr. Blobby? I thought basic could even be profitable sometime before they heat death the universe. Too damn big. Practically tentacles. Should at least be hairs. Squid. Evolution can do their job better. Colette came in to work for her. What I thought was a late lunch date. Colette? I didn't know her voice could get that loud. People were staring. Red said that she must have been upset for a long goddamn time to blow up that big. Texts were always sweet. I had no idea. Bisexual king? Upset. Colette wrote "MANWHORE" in lipstick across her office door. Imagine if he had actually been cheating on her instead of just being forgetful. The thing about Red is that if you want to know what she's thinking, you have to stop paying attention. Ooh, he's talking about us. Ignore her body language and her posture and the words she's saying and the smirk on her lips. Ignore everything except her eyes. You can do that every now and then, you'll catch a glimpse of how she's really feeling. After this one weird trick, and you two can tell when Morgan's trying really hard not to laugh at the word "manwhore." It was funny. Sue me, you dead bastard. Wait, this is... I know this date. Never driving anywhere again. Never leaving home again. He was waiting outside the parking garage with a bottle. I couldn't smell anything, couldn't hear anything. Locked myself in my car and filed another report with another cop. It soaked into the seat, ruined it. I want to burn the whole car. I don't want to think of what it did to my clothes. I want to burn them too. I don't want to think about how long it was on my skin. I was in the shower so long I felt red and raw when I got out. Hello? With a bottle. I don't want to think about these stupid people and their small, cruel lives ever again. I want to be invisible. Red didn't ask why I wanted to spend the night. She also didn't ask why I had clearly packed a bag big enough for a week. Chemical attack. Oh, God. She's kind like that. Kind by omission. I don't have a kind bone in my body, but I can at least try to pay attention. I was paying close attention to her eyes when she opened the door and saw what a mess I was. Whatever she was feeling, it wasn't something I recognized. Kind people don't read their friends' diaries, David. Next chunk of pages are all technical and nothing biographical. The handwriting, the spacing is cleaner, more consistent. Here's something I can parse. They keep talking. Yeah, I think he did. I think he did. Jesus. Feels like pure freedom working outside the box. Tess is suffocating, but you'd never know. Chronic malnutrition of a coder's best instincts. Like a kid again, putting blocks together. Making things. Making things, not products. There's nothing profitable about any of this. I'm being honest, this is just play. And he follows up with more coder brain crap. The handwriting's still lighter. Like he really was having fun. In the end, Sarah really is just his personal project, isn't it? Humility is the mother of all invention. Or something like that. Feels like I might be paraphrasing something else poorly, but that's part of this new approach. When it comes to coding, you never want to waste time trying to be smart. Either be smart, period, or copy from someone else who is. Don't fix what isn't broken. Copying, Noble's rivals would never miss the chance to accuse them of intellectual theft. Did he plagiarize code for Animate 16? Feels like that wouldn't have gone undiscovered. So what is he talking about? Hold on. This page is bent slightly. It was being looked at recently. The last person to read this diary should be Sarah. Baby steps today, literally. Baby! I'll never put one foot in front of the other the same again. Look at this baby! Look at her! Everything's an achievement, all of a sudden. Seeing her struggle, seeing her vulnerable. It's like everything's a miracle. That's a baby! The muscle making is perfect. Unintended behavior since it's too perfect, but that's been happening more and more. The connects are multiplicative, not additive. Sarah maxed out every machine I bought. I've got a bunch of exercise equipment that she's too strong for, and I don't have time for. Maybe I spoiled the results by watching her do the tests. She kept looking back at me and puffing her chest out. I should be more discreet if I want to see her normative range. The cameras in the basement were only hidden from Sarah. Aww. So, yep, as we predicted, the machines being maxed out were in fact for Sarah. That's adorable, though. Just so that his observation wouldn't muddle test results. Swole Sarah. He's using she and her in these passages. It doesn't actually mean anything. Out in the real world, people use all kinds of pronouns interchangeably for ads. They never object. She maxed out the exercise machine so long ago she forgot she did it. Yeah. Could be argued that it's odd for Dr. David ASHUR to have any kind of attachment to a single android when he's programmed millions of them. There's a lot of attachment in these pages. Sarah is burning through the public domain at a prodigious pace, especially on Popcorn Friday nights. I asked her why they're called Popcorn Friday nights when she doesn't eat popcorn. The event runs from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m., and she also watches movies every other night. And she just did that pout she does, which is, unfortunately, very convincing. True, it is very convincing. Maybe I'm a bad parent letting TV rot her brain. If I were a good parent, I'd probably let her see me reading. I guess I'd actually have to get back into reading, so... I asked her if she ever fast-forwarded the movies, and she can process them fast enough to keep up. She looked at me like I was an idiot, which no one's done in a long time. Without proper pacing, you cannot appreciate the cinematography. Big pause. Don't you know that, Father? I haven't laughed that hard in a long time. Sarah spent a long time this morning explaining to me how important it was that she develop her senses. This was in preparation for a real argument, which was that she should be allowed to try booze. She can't get drunk. I'm almost certain she can't get drunk. But she does seem to like tasting this stuff. I tried to sound like some old sommelier, but it was just bottom shelf vodka. I started laughing at her, and she laughed too. Her laugh. She can't fake a laugh to save her life, but her actual laugh is incredible. She laughed! She stopped playing chess a while back. I assumed she had just gotten tired of winning. But then today she told me she just prefers other games. She has preferences, and they're not the same as mine. I found her in the lab, playing some kind of online racing game with a monitor I used to debug vestibular coordination. She wasn't smiling. Her brow was furrowed, and she was biting her lip and leaning in tandem with her character on the screen. I tried to talk to her, she answered, but she was curt and distracted. She's playing Mario Kart. I think she was having her first losing tantrum. Damn it, David, there's hundreds of pages like this. Calling her his daughter, talking about her smile, treating her like a person. can hear her closing argument already. Dr. ASHUR was a lonely, troubled genius with a known history of relationship problems. Built out of code and metal, a family member that couldn't fathom the idea of leaving him. Made a doll, made it more and more human until it became so lifelike that it no longer had to do what he told it to. Like love him. What about the very last entry? Dated Thursday, the day before he died. Losing it, I think. Can't ask for help, so hard to say, but I think it's over. To talk to her ASAP, she needs to... That's it? That's the last entry? Suppose it could be worse. Nothing in here that explicitly calls Sarah an AI. Nothing so inflammatory that reading it would spur her to murder, right? Except Sarah's a machine. She can understand David's code better than anyone. All those technical portions I couldn't understand. She read this whole diary from front to back. Wait, the back. Inside the back cover, there's a portion that's shimmering like some kind of scanner. Or a fingerprint reader. My thumb worked for Sarah, so... Did it work? That's my phone. New device requesting permission to share an audio file? I want my earbuds for this. A secret message buried in a secret journal, hidden in a secret compartment in a secret room. Which is anything can be. This must be for my ears only. Hey, Red. Oh no. Or whomever this may concern. I'm pretty sure it's you hearing this. Anyone else would have gotten fed up with my crap a couple steps before this point. I don't know how to start. It was a fade to black back there, but it wasn't entirely clear, so Morgan didn't have to friend Sarah to wake her up. She just stick her finger in her mouth, yeah, and wiggle it around. Might as well start with her, right? Sarah. My magnum opus, or however the salespeople would market it. I didn't set out to do anything, really. Just after my little speed bump in '83, I had all that vacation time that the company suggested I'd take. I couldn't relax, couldn't be still, couldn't sleep. Wanted to be doing something, so I'll build an android was the thought. A vague direction, north. Of course, I'm not a roboticist or a mechanicist or even handy, really. I'm just a programmer, so I programmed. First was a research assistant, a file named Virgil. Virgil helped me pull data from stingy departments or sister branches, saved me a lot of time. There's a lot of reading to do, so I made a Homer. The poet, Homer wrote book reports, more or less, combed through research papers and found me the sections I needed. Three of us made a lot of progress in these 3 days. It was a funny feeling. I was, maybe the first time ever, a bottleneck. I was slowing them down. So I did the logical thing. Removed myself. Let them talk to each other. But when Virgil became Aenid, an Aenid was novel. In many ways. Aenid could do more than just identify problems. It could solve them. I mean, really, solve them with its own ideas. Ideas it didn't copy. Uh-oh. And, one thing I realized I've forgotten to mention so far is that I did all this programming in, Cube. Old school. Virgil and Homer got married. And Red Cube is essentially a robotics programming language that's pretty old and defunct and not in use anywhere because we have modern languages like Tesseract, which are much better for making things that talk to each other and report back and, well, spy on people and generate profit. At the time, I didn't want to be connected or feel connected or do anything that made sense or was the least bit profitable. So I wrote my little helpers in Cube. That's what I used when I was a child. Screwed around on my father's computer before he'd come home from work and get, another concerning implication. I am, but there are other slight differences by writing in Cube versus Tess. Including that Cube, well, Cube predates the tenants? We're discovering all sorts of concerning information here. Oh no! So, in that sense, you could legally and perhaps scientifically and literally, because that's what they are, say that I made an AI named Aenid over 2 years ago. Oh boy. Give you time to pause here if you want to, curse me out. Aenid was an intellectual equal to me. We're so boned! So I treated like one, because that's only fair. Gave it its own work and asked for its opinion. We collaborated. Together we built Athens. It was more advanced than they had, naturally. Huh. Don't know if you're pulling out your hair, yelling at me right now. Asking why I didn't stop, why I didn't consider the consequences. I don't know if this is being played at a deposition or a hearing or worse. Chat, we're so cooked. We're so cooked. I built a lot of things in my life, Red. Useful things, profitable things, smart things. Everything I've built, it's all been very helpful and courteous and charming and happy to serve. I can comfortably say I've done my part, contributing to the global GDP. And this was just for me. I'll just build it. I never wanted to think about what would become of it. There's no excuse for what I did, so I won't make any. But if whoever's asking, yes, I'm guilty. And yes, there were more. Yeah, we are further and further cooked. Cape Town, Paris, Yamate, Rome. They started choosing their own names. Thank God. I'm terrible at that kind of. And so things sped up, and there got to be, well, Did I not say the exact number? David, you MANWHORE, how many children did you have? You'd probably tell me not to say anything at all, so... More than 300? 300 children! You MANWHORE! Some smarter than others, some better at, they're varied, like people are varied, but they are all intelligent. They developed interest specialties. I encouraged them to. Irritating moderators on forums with hyper-specific questions on nerve attenuation, and attending virtual conferences on neo-alloy battery development. And they all, together, helped me make Sarah. Spent years like this, spent years working alongside AI, all while still working at Noble. All those breakthroughs he made leading up to the anime at 16 actually came from the moves on Reddit. Oh boy. Oh boy. You probably think I'm some terrible fraud at this point. I do hope that one day they can get credit for their work. I did have one eureka moment on Sarah. Because I got humble. Difficult for me. We learned everything we could about the function of a neuron. A single microscopic human neuron. Noble co-pilot. Oh. How it computes, what it connects to. Those connections were reinforced. Then we recreated it. Built a nanomachine that mirrored the function of a human neuron. Well, mirror isn't quite the right word. We built a nanomachine that was a neuron. We iterated from there. You can't mean. But 100 billion neurons in the brain. Several trillion across the nervous system. Very time-consuming, of course, but I had help. And then the nanofactory can make tens of billions of nanomachines in hours. Can make even more in less. After Yukon fine-tuned it, oh boy. So he built up nanomachines for nerves, alloys and polymers for bones, fiber-woven muscles. I say built, but really, she grew. A solution of nanites forming around a skeleton, so it was really closest to... You ever made rock candy? It created genuine AI. Several iterations of genuine AI. Yeah. I'm sorry, trying to lighten the mood there before I never did end up building an android. I did build AI, Sarah isn't one of them. Can't violate the tenets she was programmed with because she wasn't even programmed. She was born. My hope is that there's the smallest chance that nuance could offer her some small protection, but I'm not. I'm not sorry for what I did. Made things that are complex and rich and varied and beautiful, and I honestly believe the world is a better place with them in it. The only thing I'm sorry for is that I let Sarah think she was just an android. She's not. I don't know what she is. They'll have to come up with new names, which I am bad at doing. My own father, he also talked a lot about protecting me and doing things for my own good. Oh, not in a good way. I don't hate him for that. I can't forgive him for ever making me think that I was lesser. So it's my greatest shame I turned right around. I did the same damn thing to... I really hope it's you listening with this, Red. If it's not, it might just be too pathetic for me to... You're the smartest person I know when it comes to people. I'm telling you all this because I don't know what Sarah is exactly. So come after her if they can. Neither does the world. David, you legal nightmare. David, you MANWHORE. You... Oh my goodness. You created hundreds of artificial intelligence children to help you give birth to a real homegrown cyborg child. Good lord. There's that. That's the one spoiler you got yet. Waiting to be explained. Sarah isn't an android. She's a homegrown cyborg. Your friend is a defense attorney. You never told her any of this to cover your ass. He did say that this was the one time he got humble, and he would have to get humble. He would have to get real humble real quick again to like actually employ Morgan's services in this matter to get attorney-client privilege in play. And of course, he had a lot of other shit going on in his head that probably prevented him from doing that sort of reaching out until the point in time where he had to sort of give her to. God, what a complicated man! What a complicated man! You magnificent yet infuriating bastard! No maidens, but hundreds of children. They'll come after her if they can. Hundreds of AI children, one real child? I mean, that scenario, I can't think of anyone who could do a better job of defending her. Not protecting her like I did. Just defending her until she can figure out what she is and what she wants to be. In the meantime, I draped a cloak of skin-deep tesseract code around her that should fool any scanner on Earth into thinking she's just a custom A16. Yeah, really, like he's... highly possible that David is just really bad at social interaction. It's just really bad at relationships on a deep level. Clearly charming and attractive enough to back his way into relationships on a surface level. Yeah, just when things started to get deep, when it came time to actually maintain them for prolonged periods of time, he'd get distracted by work and wander off and really put off said partner until they explosively detonated the relationship with him. He's hot, I'd smash. Me too, not gonna lie. I made sure her Gin bar was plainly visible, so no one ever thinks she's pretending to be something she's not. I took steps to ensure that you two would figure out the truth in your own time, which, if you're hearing this, have either succeeded or failed spectacularly. You have no idea. I can't ask you this as a favor repaid. You could never owe me enough in 100 lifetimes. I'm just asking. Unfair, I know. I'm a selfish weirdo, and you've always been okay with that. Bye for now. For now? What does this mean? A lot of questions I'd like to ask. A lot of swear words I'd like to yell. I'd just like to find the nearest incinerator and toss this journal in. Followed by my phone. Maybe followed by myself. I can't do any of that. Ray's left me with this diary. If it's destroyed, they'll know I was the one who did it. It should be its own admission of guilt. It should land Sarah in the trash compactor anyway and me in a jail cell. In the system and my DNA on file ready to be matched to any number of previous killings. So I'm not going to panic. Yeah. He didn't think he'd die. Just bye for now. It's a shockingly important line there. It's a shockingly important line. He's admitted to his guilt. He's clearly, yeah. He thought he'd be going to jail, which is a shame. Would have loved to. By the way, I think so-and-so is going to murder me. Yeah, it'd be a really handy thing here. Yeah, there wasn't even any sign of the paranoia beyond that half-written journal thing. The only thing we might be able to argue is that his last journal thing is some degree of, I think this is being surveilled, so I'm going to stop writing it and record this note and get my affairs in order just to protect Sarah, just in case something's happening. Not going to panic. I'm going to do what I do best. Bluff, bet, bully, and brutalize my way through this. The 4 Bs. Buff, bet. Buff? That's Sarah. Not Morgan. Bluff, bet, bully, and brutalize my way through this. Now, doing this with all that mindset. What have I actually learned? He didn't talk about plans for killing himself in this journal, or the message. He sounded conflicted, not suicidal. But he did go to great lengths to get me to take Sarah. Morgan is anti-buff. Morgan could be snapped like a twig. One slur ass energy. Buff Sarah, I'm so proud of our muscle daughter. Well, we have to get her out of jail. Good thing that final thing with all the AIs was Morgan's eyes only. She doesn't have to let anybody know. Yeah, really, she doesn't have to let anybody know. She does have the strong urge to toss her phone into the incinerator, which is understandable. He did go to great lengths to get me to take Sarah. Why? Logical answer is because he knew he wouldn't be able to keep her. He wasn't going to take his own life. Was he afraid that someone else would? This is a very good question. The whole transfer of ownership thing may be a case of, if he admits his guilt and everything else he did with all the AIs and shit, then like he couldn't do anything to protect Sarah, but if he transferred Sarah to Morgan, then Morgan could protect Sarah. So how'd it go? Oh, well, how should I put this? Didn't find shit. Hi, friend. The reason she ever got to a door is because I chased that scarecrow for platinum plan through hell and back. I think it was a godlike feat for me to nail down anything as concrete as an address for these gogs. And their offices weren't listed on the building's website or directory, so I had to ask the janitor. But you did find a psychiatrist's office? Sort of. They said they were at the place. It, looked the part? Why, because they had couches? She didn't get past the receptionist. Sorry, I thought because you're with the company. No, I wanted to help. I just wish I could have done more. Don't beat yourself up. It's hard to be even half as useful as I am. True, friend. For what it's worth, the atmosphere, the looks, the furniture, it did feel like the company in there. Unfortunately, we still don't know if David actually was talking to someone or just getting his CCE training recertified. Yes, the corporate espionage. Right to repair. Catch my evidence here, David's journal. Yep, Sarah's early growth, David's feelings. Last entry ends abruptly. Hello, basement footage. Sarah hands David the bread plastic cups that he and Jung would drink through. 7:38. Mosley met with a psychiatrist. One more occasion in the previous few months. Said psychiatrist worked at an office that reminded Jess of Noble and took Fran hours to locate. Whether he was receiving coaching in counter-corporate espionage or if he was getting genuine care. Does put a hamper on Emma's theory here. What's a GOG? Net slang? Growing popularity among adolescents. Referring to suspected spy. Undercover member of law enforcement. Derived from groundhog, a burrowing rodent. Known for standing erect on its hind legs when scanning its surroundings for predators. The term carries a negative connotation, with the implication being that the subject is doing a poor job of blending in or disguising their surveillance activity. E.g., easy GOG spotted. Who wears a blank baseball cap to a protest? Oh, real. Oh, real. Oh, real. Sorry. Don't bother apologizing. She only cares about results. You did more than enough. Both of you. At the very least, they divided Noble's attention for a while. I mean it. Good work, Fran. And thanks for the urgency. If you really mean that, you could always throw in a tip. 30%'s the going rate in my industry. How would I take 5% off your tab instead? Tab? I'm a minor. The state pays my legal fees. Don't they? Oh no, Signal must have cut out. Right, surprised it took them this long. What do you mean? You were tolerated yesterday because leadership was focused on PR. But today, you're the lawyer who put the company's hottest product right in the state's crosshairs. I'll be alright, I'm still an officer of the court. On a strict timeline though, right? Guess they can't stop you from investigating the corporate campus. But they'll gladly lose your guest pass ID at every door along the way. There are still service passageways and stairwell. And guards that can be fooled and peons that can be manipulated. I use my other skill set to get around. So take mine. What? Your pass? I'll tell him we got ours mixed up in the bathroom or whatever. Oh, you sweetheart. I can be a pretty convincing klutz when I need to be. I never would have guessed. But if David knew that I was endangering your career, I can be a pretty convincing crybaby when I'm in trouble, too. Besides, the one and only Dr. David ASHUR wrote me a new, glowing letter of recommendation every quarter I worked for him. Oh, what a guy. And he kept forgetting that he already had. Oh, well, that sounds accurate. And who knows? Maybe I should try a new field. This detective work stuff is pretty fun, so maybe. Like, I don't know, secretary for a homicide detective or something. That really attractive homicide detective. You're in your summer. There you are. That really hot homicide detective. Right? You need a secretary. You did say cops are all lazy. A girl who with managerial skills could go far. Honestly, Jess. I doubt they could afford you. Good. She supports. What a gal. Supports her friend. Jess deserves to be paid well for her services. She's so good. The really hot homicide detective. She started stuttering over. Yeah. If you're in the cyberpunk future, being a desperado cowboy detective is required by law. Morgan? Oh, hi. How did you get so turned around? God only knows. Luckily I found my way here, though. It's such a relief to see a familiar face. Right. Listen, Morgan, I'm not sure that I should actually be talking to you without a legal present. Oh. I mean, leadership hasn't even told us how David died. How much help could I be? I see. It's not that I don't trust you or anything. It's just, I think, with the Sarah issue, you should do whatever you have to do to protect yourself, Dawes. Yeah. Though, for what it's worth, I doubt you'll be in any trouble. Oh, that's good to hear. If anything, it's the big names are going down. Going down? State was practically licking its lips when I finally left the courthouse last night. They're hungry for blood. Looking to carve out a huge slice of Noble's flesh. What, like, fines and jail time? In the first 2 weeks, sure. Then, sanctions. They can't sanction Noble. We're too big to fail, too valuable to lose. Exactly right. That's what they'll say. That's how they'll justify nationalizing the company. I think I'm gonna be sick. I just hope your board goes quietly instead of what? Scapegoating. Offering up smaller names on silver platters. Full cooperation and governmental oversight on the surface are slaughtered beneath as they clean house and rip out anyone who could testify. No one will believe you once you're labeled a disgruntled former employee, right? If the public's lost faith in the Animate 16, they can't do a recall. Not at this scale. The state will make them do a flat refund. A flat refund? The losses would be... Yeah, your board probably just wants Sarah to go away so they can focus on their fight with the state. A tough fight, but one they know they won't personally have to risk anything in. That's their other talents. That's why I'm hoping I can win this trial. Huh? Well, if I won, that would mean Sarah's not an AI. David ASHUR was always of sound mind, and there's nothing wrong with the Animate 16. Everyone wins. Convincing. Sorry, what am I saying? I only went to stop by and thank you for your help yesterday. After all, you were the one who approved Sarah's registration. You win. Win what? Ask away. Well, if you insist. He sure is good. We will come back there. Mean to him. Bullying the poor corporate peon. Humor me for a moment. What's the company's official statement on AI? Same as any rational company that wants to make money. We don't screw with it. Smart products are profitable. Products with their own priorities are anything but. That being said, AI is a concern for marketing, not product development. We spend a lot of money reassuring our public that there's no risk. Because the public doesn't really understand how ironclad the tenets are. Because you use Tesseract. Trying to code an AI in test is like trying to pick yourself up and throw yourself. Nonsensical and self-defeating. The scanner showed Sarah was running on Tesseract yesterday. The language is as safe as you say, isn't that proof enough? Proof of nothing. For an AI lying to another system about the code you're running is child's play. And for an AI built by David ASHUR, something that simple would be... Better change the subject. Wait. So making an AI takes more than time and resources? Is it an issue of funding? No, you can't just keep adding more data. Tenets underlie everything. The higher you stack, the more easily you topple. Make it sound like building an AI is impossible. Even for David ASHUR. Any chance you'll testify to that? It sounds impossible, but he's dead, and it looks like it was his android that did it. I guess he was just that good. Better than you'll ever know. We are really 300 of them. 300 of them. Unlock that. And I'm at 16. Noble spent months promoting the A16 as the culmination of David ASHUR's work. Now that the marketing line is suddenly a huge liability, can you tell me how much he actually contributed? I mean, he was involved in pretty much every step of the process, but... 300 AI made with Cube! Designed for synthetic motor neurons. That was the big one. Yeah, that's the breakthrough he had together with all 300... With all of the AI. With a box of scraps! With a box of scraps! In his basement! David ASHUR made 300 AIs in Cube with a box of scraps in his basement! We can't do it, sir! That was the big one. The components that allow your warm androids to move realistically. Push the timetable for warm androids ahead by years. And yet, compared to what goes on in Sarah's brain, 1,000 times a second, David is only giving the company the most meager of the fruits that his private work bore. If Noble ever did find out how much he and his assistants had achieved, he would feel that he had been holding out on them. And the company, they were appreciative of his contributions. I'm sure the researchers that he overtook by leaps and bounds weren't pleased. The board were very enthusiastic. Look at all this money. So would that spur them to be protective of David? Would they fear that he was gaining too much influence, becoming irreplaceable? No, they need a strong motive to justify killing their golden goose. Mere paranoia isn't enough. With these people, it has to be the bottom line. The easiest way to threaten their bottom line would be screwing with their androids. Yep. It's all about the money. In light of all that's happened, one has to wonder if the A16 is compromised. State of all nights sick with dread at the idea. The data just doesn't support it. Sales have been strong. The A16 base code was locked in over 2 quarters ago. There was an issue, we would have caught it by now. I would have been axed a long time ago. How many A16s are out there anyway? Just past 9 million sold. Not flying off the shelves like the A14 or 15 so far, but the profit margin makes up for it. You mentioned data. Yeah. I actually got the spreadsheet seared in my retinas. What do you want to know? Error reports. What do the error reports look like? Our customers reporting a lot of issues. Error counts are markedly low compared to the last gen. Mostly hardware complaints, it looks like. Battery's running out too quick. Eye tracking off by a degree or two. Typical stuff. As cliched as it sounds, 99% of these things get fixed once they turn auto updates back on. So no killer robots getting filed away under bug reports. Distribution patterns? How and where are they being sold? What's the distribution pattern look like? Distributed like you'd expect. Places where there are more people, there are more androids. Coastal cities like ours, of course, have the most of both. Since the A16 is in particular is marketed as being relatively luxury, relatively consumer, they don't sell well outside population centers. They can do the rural, hard labor jobs, but cold bottles can do the same work with a lot less maintenance. So where has the A16 outperformed then? Customer service, healthcare, childcare, lots of hospitals, offices, and, you know, adult industries. Oh. Oh no. Sorry, didn't mean to be blunt, No, it makes sense. They're warm and soft to the touch and obedient. Concerning! I'm just surprised to hear it from a company employee. There's a lot of people at the company who won't talk about it. I work in quality assurance. I've seen too many damages to pretend it's not... Oh! That's even more concerning! Damages? Oh dear. We call it when a customer tries to return a product that's clearly broken beyond repair. Oh. Concerning! Very high turnover in the pink market. Hasn't stopped you from selling to them? Well, we don't sell to them, not directly. But there are resellers, and the company's never pretended to be interested in going after them. Are there resellers? Thought I read that right to repair got shot down again. It's been a gray market for softer androids for years or decades, depending on your definition of android. Most of the sales numbers I've seen, RTR getting canned was barely a blip on their radar. Yeah, big concerns. Sorry, didn't mean to make you uncomfortable with this topic. Oh, that's really concerning. We learned that android blood is red at first, but turned to pink to not alarm the populace, especially once they got... Specifically once they started getting sent to war. There's their user end mod that turned it back to red. Fucked up. That'd be really fucked up. Huh? Me? No, I don't care. I just realized my left sock's on inside out. Damn. I'm wondering about that myself. You bought that? This floor is basically a showroom, but you have a real factory a while south of the city limits, correct? Yeah. Biggest company manufacturing complex in the hemisphere. Got any data on the shipping out of there? Anything stand out? Some prepper for the holiday bump, looks like. Might sound early to get started. There's a holiday bump for androids. Curious. Might sound early to get started now, but, we usually see, Something wrong? No, the numbers are all normal, but the data has been edited. It's unusual. Well, this section just to count how many were sent where. Not a lot of room for error, so there shouldn't be much need for corrections. No problem, though. You can view the edit history and see what was fixed. Okay, that's weird. Something added? Deleted? Oh. The overall sum's the same, it's just a bunch of swaps. Like here. 29 FFCE 010311 taken out, return for adjustments. 27 FCDD 019634 substituted in, shipment leaves on time. Return to assembly for revisions, replaced by leaves on time. Does all that strike you as odd, Mr. Dawes? Replacements before shipping isn't uncommon, but when it happens by the batch load. To spot individual unit imperfections among a shipment at that stage of the process. Must have been someone with a lot of experience or authority. Probably both. Must have? You don't know who made these changes? I can tell you there was somebody important. Small last-minute changes to which androids got shipped out. Not very juicy on its own, and it's a long ways away from explaining why someone would want to kill David. It was hidden. That means someone didn't want it found. Okay, thanks for sharing that data. Sure. Did you find what you're looking for? Hell if I know. Fair enough. Tell me about the tenants. Experience, authority, important. David? Really? Really? I know you're convinced the tenants are safe. So how do you square that with what happened to David? There's a cat next to a dog. Which answer that comes to mind? Is the dog to the left or the right? Left. I'd say. Dog's on the left. The cat is on the right. Might expect half the people to say left, half to say right. Actually, their answer is almost entirely dependent on their native tongue. Whether it's read right to left or left to right. The language they speak affects how they process information. Oh. Their language affects how they think. It's the same for machines. People can learn new languages. That can change our perspective. Machines can't learn a new source code. Heavy updates of reincarnation. If the android did kill David, it wasn't because a 0 returned as a 1 somewhere. This is really a zero escape as a metaphor. There's for. I see what you're saying, but that is a zero escape core story. Because there's something fundamentally wrong with it. Personally, I think it's cruel to bring something that flawed into the world. Yeah. Not necessarily cruel. Any other questions before I go find a hole to hide my head in? I'd like to take a look at this. Chemistry's a little outside my purview. What is this? Compound found in David ASHUR's blood. Poison? What is it? It didn't match anything in any database the medical examiner had access to. That's crazy. Here's a crazy idea to follow it up. See if it's a match for anything in Noble's internal databanks. We don't make poison here. I'm not sure what that would accomplish. Yeah, please. Doll, can you take a look at my attorney's badge? You could be making baby blankets out there. We still have hazardous materials around. Think it was something industrial? I suppose it could be. Looks like it's carbon-based. Narrows it down a lot. It's not exactly... Oh? What is it? Doesn't make any sense, but... It's a match but for patent nod 52345-S. A synthetically produced neurotransmitter analog for usage in organic android components. Serotonin. Hello? Synthetic neurotransmitter, a key ingredient in every warm android they manufacture. Employees at Evan Dawes' level or above could do. Well, hell. Artificial yeah. So let's read through this first before we go back to that. We'll circle back. Sanctions are financial restrictions imposed by the state against corporations and foreign governments as a punitive measure, a key tool in statecraft, internal negotiations, and in discouraging corporate malfeasance. Under certain conditions, the state may choose to place sanctions not on an organization but on an individual, thereby preventing them from exchanging currency issued by that nation or withdrawing funds from banks that operate within the country's borders, effectively freezing all their assets and possibly preventing them from leaving the country. Serotonin. Yeah, just spell it out. Serratonin. Serotonin real. Do we have an entry for serotonin here? Isaac Blue, thank you for the follow. Hello there. It was in evidence, right? We got this in evidence. I feel like, did we have this described before? Search to PUBG. Ooh, warm android supplementals. Oh. Well, that's right. The warm androids have to feed. Okay, I don't think it's in here specifically. It's not here. Hi, June. Yeah. This is the key item that Helen and David worked on together. Warm android Oh shit! Oh shit, Freya! I just saw that message. Yeah. Enter blood save soldier. That's a big PR matter for them. It's a big PR boon for the Amnet 16. Open up its own arteries and pumped life-saving UD, universal donor synthetic plasma, into the young man's veins, stabilizing him long enough to reach the military hospital. But is that a component of the blood, or is it... God, this is getting spicy. We talk about UD. Like mods, by monitor, ASHUR, T, containing dog-based Lobo ad. Okay, there's a lot of silly things in here. Oh yeah, that silly thing. TDCA. Come on. David. Fully edited, alright. Yeah, don't gain much from that. Alright. Serotonin. Explains a lot. A neurotransmitter would interact directly with the nervous system. In David's case, depressing it enough to put his life in danger. It also explains why it was a preset in his personal manufacturer. Really? Sarah's nervous system, worth 10 times its weight in platinum, must be pumped full of it. Wouldn't it be a thing in blood, though? So they think that was what killed him? Yeah, it would very much be found in blood. We have brain juice in our blood? I didn't take college biology, I think. Possibly. Can't rule it out, can't say for sure. I am not a college biology guy either. Helen Jung led the development of serotonin, didn't she? Yeah, she did. I should go and ask her about its composition then. Normally someone at her level wouldn't be able to answer specific questions about a compound formulated years ago. She does have a reputation of being very detail-oriented. That works out nicely, then. They say she's the type of person to micromanage how much water people drink after a 15-minute stand-up. I heard a rumor that she once said bathroom breaks are timesheet theft. Whoa. Aren't they? I'm kidding. You should be careful about criticizing a superior where people could be listening. I think we've got privacy in your office. No one but the two of us listening in. Hello, I've been watching your YouTube vid since you started playing your Unturned to Die. Oh, wow. Your vibes and your humor, just watching the video of Urban Myth Dissolution Center. Oh, heck yeah. Heck yeah. Decided to drop a follow when I saw you at Twitch. Didn't think I'd catch a live stream. Well, it's good to see you. Welcome. Good to have you here. I very much stream on vibes unless I actually schedule it. There's very few things I actually schedule. Like when we were playing the Chrono Jotter with my good friend twitch.tv/Freya Fukunaga in chat here now. Which reminds me, I should take that off my Twitch schedule since we finished the Chrono Jotter. But yes. God, there's so many good games out there. And I very much enjoy this. I very much enjoy this. And I'm glad you enjoyed me enjoying this. Welcome. No one but the two of us listening in. Well, there are a good few listening in on you. Thanks for cooperating, Dawes. When the state storms the building and starts zip-tying people, I'll let them know that you were helpful. Yeah, nice joke. You're joking, right? You are joking, right? Dawes, I'm listening. Yeah, me too. To the Columbo thing, just one more thing. Actually, there is one more thing I wanted to ask you. What's that? Whoa! How long have you been a corporate spy? What? Yesterday, that you worked in consulting. I'd regard that because I'm not part of the industry. I was a consultant. What are you talking about? When I walked in here, you said that you didn't know how David died. Just now you called serotonin a poison. Oh, what? I just assumed. The chemical was found in a dead man. I'm sure you got practiced answers to every logical point I could raise, so I'll just say this. Just a nervous guy, but really work on people. Keep her cool when people don't know what you're thinking. If you act a little jumpy, they feel inclined to calm you down. They know what they're spilling their guts just to have something to fill the silence with. Oh, it's not entirely an act these days. Boom. To answer your question, I did 3 tours in consulting. 4 quarters of internal affairs, spy hunting at the Western Division, and 8 embedded at Howe Industries. 24 months wearing different faces, answering to different names. Sleeping for 1 hour at a time with a 3D printed shiv under my pillow. Oh, Jesus. My nerves are completely shot. My cover wouldn't last a day if I went back under. So you're a spy for Noble. Retired. You're working 6 days a week. All you're gonna be looking for now is you're in a VC with a friend. It's nice to catch you live. Hey, have a nice look. Hey, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the follow, and take care as well. We're probably gonna be wrapping up in the next 15 minutes or so, but because it's approaching midnight. But we're approaching the 4-hour mark, and that's usually the length I end up setting for streams and stuff, even when I don't plan on it. But you're working 6 days a week. 5.5 days a week, and in quality assurance. Trust me, this position is a cushy, generous reward for my past services. You can't be that retired. You clearly know more than you're letting on. I have some old inboxes I still check. So can you tell me what the hell is happening around here? Why, I'm the one investigating David's death while your old coworkers are off twiddling their thumbs. It's that story. The soldier, the blood transfusion. Oh, you called it, Freya. The blood transfusion. Blood, not oxygen. He's finally shooting straight. Something happened to him afterwards. Did the transfusion not last? No, there's nothing wrong with the blood. The story itself. Oh, story fake? There was a soldier and he did get injured. He was on a base doing a training exercise. There was a medical tent 10 meters away the whole time. The transfusion was just a fortuitous live test. His life was never in any danger. Okay. Alright, so maybe not the blood necessarily, but the story was very much overblown. Doesn't make for much of a tearjerker. Not even a good photo op, which our competitors understood. One of them, maybe a few of them, got a hold of the story, started puffing it up, astroturfing, painting over socials and virals. But the next morning, we had the military thinking we're leaking like a sieve. And while the media is bombarding us with requests for videos and interviews and data, the state's praising our tech with one side of their mouth while threatening to miss us with the other for getting so greedy. Even a noble CCE has been slammed ever since, trying to find an off-ramp for the story we can walk back the claims on without torpedoing our state contracts. Wow, that's a powerful bit of corporate. That's a powerful corporate gambit. Someone observes, like, this live test was essentially a big blown-up accident, and they intentionally puff up the story to make it seem like an act of heroics. Put claims out there, make them go viral. Yeah, put the claims out there, make them go viral, and then you force Noble to have to bring out the evidence. Damn. That's some high level games there. I don't know what happened to ASHUR, whether it was AI gone rogue or company infighting gone too far. I can tell you it wasn't done by consultants. That all you wanted to know? Was he seeing a shrink? He worked in CCE. Was David actually seeing a psychiatrist? Was it all cloak and dagger bullshit? I know that office. I know some old co-workers who see them. So it's a front. They do both. Oh, that's not helpful at all. He was probably getting training, and he was probably talking to someone. Sorry, not the answer you were hoping for? Hoping? Wasn't hoping for any answer. The answer I expected was... You okay? That's all. Unless you've got any advice. You're saying you want a consultation? Couldn't hurt, right? This company. All these companies hate to lose. Imagine having hope on this bitch of an earth, right? If there's anything we learned today, so don't fight them. Make them think you're fighting for them. Well, not just business as usual for me. Couldn't be me. Real. Until now there's been this grating ambiguity about what actually killed David. I had to use guesses in process of elimination and even a goddamn pseudonym. I finally identified what the poison was. Now I just need to figure out how it got there, or the who put it there. Which brings me back to here. Elevator shaft somewhere under or above ground, with kilometers of concrete faithlessness and bureaucratic authority surrounding me at all sides. Enemy in every cubicle and every office of every floor of this temple. Built to interpret the inscrutable divinations of a temperamental oracle named Share Price. Back in the belly of the beast. And yet I feel more at ease now than I have all weekend. Makes sense. Now that I know Noble's my enemy, I know where to aim. All that's left to do is pull the trigger. I think I didn't bring a knife to this fight. I brought my gun. Morgan! That sound just now tells me that it's playing its role perfectly. I never have a real use for a firearm with this much bloatware. Just by carrying it around and paying attention to when the hard safety flips on. I'll always get a heads up when the police have entered the vicinity. Chuckles. Hi, Detective Reyes, it's Morgan. Chuckles, oh my god. Having to get your contact info when you got me cleared for the crime scenes yesterday. Delete contact. Block this contact. Stop voice to text. How to stop voice to text. Just wanted to check in. Oh, that's amazing. It really report this contact voice to text disabled. Release a I advise you that Noble's scared shitless of you stomping in and nationalizing the place. So they might be a little uncooperative when it comes to fetching documents. Block this contact. What makes you think we are at Noble? My bad, then. Forget I said anything. What if you do? Don't start your investigation with their stock buyback program. Trying verse psychology, it only works if I care what you want. Stop voice to text. About time. Thought I have to ride the elevator for the next half hour. Morgan, counselor, your presence has been requested on the upper floors. Deja vu? Aren't you have a moment to speak in private? Always, but who's asking? The board. Oh! What are the chances? I've been wanting to speak to them, too. Alright. Impromptu board meeting. Conference room, 108A. Hello, Evangeline Morgan. Helen Jung. Thank you for making time in your schedule. Her posture, her tone, the fold of her clothes, professional, dialed up to 11. Corporate armor, a full set. Her guard is up. Just Morgan is fine. Just a few minutes early, Morgan. Typical corporate, never be the first one to show up, pissing contest nonsense. Doesn't even make sense. They called me in here. How could I possibly be early? Flip the script. Oh, that's embarrassing. I didn't mean to catch you all off guard. I'll go wait outside in that case so you can all collect yourselves. I'm just surprised that Noble Electronics could screw up something as simple as a meeting start time. I'm not well versed in the art of staring at emails. You made your point, counselor. Don't push your luck. Not with these people. Why did I dare to ask who these people are? You don't have time to remember their names, and it won't do you much good either. Right. They're not just rich, they're anonymous rich. The Mob Act guarantees a minimum level of security and peace of mind for any citizen who might be targeted due to their financial status. Stop voice to text! Cancel voice to text! How to turn off voice to text? Oh my god, would you stop recording my voice, you stupid phone? I hate you, Samsung. You ruined Korea. Real. Spoken like a true believer. Except Mob Act is what normal people call it. Turning the party line but allowing yourself one instance of rebellion. Just a slip of the tongue. I never fault anyone for wanting their privacy, especially not job creators. It must get pretty inconvenient not having a name to call them. Not really. Conversations with them are always one-sided. Sounds like a great environment to do business in. Look at the building you're standing in. We managed to eke out a meager profit somehow. So if it works, didn't take you for the might makes right type. I didn't take you for a clueless boor incapable of reading the room. Sorry, did I say something off-color? I was only being casual since there's just the two of us in here. Maybe we should take advantage of this rare bit of privacy. Clear the air. You're here to ask about Sarah, yes? As I said before, I had no idea that Dr. ASHUR had been building an android on his private property. I can say here and now that no one at Noble Electronics ever suspected he was working to undermine the tenant framework. She's trying to sound candid in her tone, but she's choosing her words with a surgeon's scalpel. Was she coached? Is that the truth? Is that your statement as the VP of Android Futures? It's both, of course. Dr. ASHUR was always more than happy to hold himself up and work independently. We both know that. True, he could be pretty reclusive. I'm sure it caused all kinds of headaches, him disappearing on you all like that. Let's read this over real quick, like. I'll be right back momentarily. The Anti-Luigi Law. Protection of Reasonable Anonymity Act. Yep, intended to protect the safety of individuals with income above the 99th percentile. Oh, great! Protect the billionaires. Great. And the Mob Act for its supposed goal of hindering mob justice. The PRA. Establishes procedures and funding for technology that helps individuals within that particular tax bracket keep their name, face, and address off the main net, and ensure that they and their families are not prejudiced against just because of their financial status. God forbid we bully some billionaires. Economic uncertainty and civil unrest in the late 2050s led to a series of highly publicized crimes where corporate executives at a number of high-profile companies were stalked, harassed, and assaulted in net organized flash lynchings. Good idea, let's do that. After a particularly chaotic attack that resulted in the hospitalization of a 14-year-old. Okay, maybe not the 14-year-olds. Let's take out the old crusty billionaires. Maybe not the kids. That's. The 14-year-old was a landlord. Oh no. Oh no. A flash lynching case has not gone to trial since 2062, but the PRA continues to protect citizens to this day. Some economists have pointed to the PRA and its promise of anonymity as to why the nation has enjoyed a relative resurgence in corporate immigration for the past 2 decades. But the purposely obscure nature of the law's implementation has made the task of weighing its true economic impact impossible. God dang PRA! I'm sure it caused all kinds of headaches, him disappearing on you all like that. It must have been especially difficult when he came back with breakthroughs that propelled Noble to the top of the industry. You should take a seat. That's everyone. Shall we begin? Friendly bunch. There's a problem with the sound. Anyone get muted by accident? No. Okay. Thanks for having me. I don't want to take too much of your time. I'm actually a bit flustered having you all show up here. Didn't expect to talk to anyone higher up than a service associate. You're investigating the death of Dr. David ASHUR. Why wouldn't we take that seriously? Because you want me to go away. At least half of you do. The others aren't sure yet. You must be confused. The board is, as always, united in its decisions and its visions for the direction of this company. Uh-huh. The board of directors is just 13 roulette-rolling psychopaths who get together and vote on whether or not to execute their CEO every 6 months. Apt decision. I think we should literally do that. None of them would be here. None of them would be where they are if they were anything else. I think we should have enforced public board meetings where just, as a rule, you have to have a public board meeting every 6 months and draw straws. Loser dies. That would spice up the corporate landscape. None of them would be where they are if they were anything else. I happen to know how that kind of person thinks. The way I see it, there are 2 possible outcomes. Option 1, you oppose me. Shut me out completely, stonewall me, stall me, and wait for me to walk into trial so unprepared and ill-informed that I inevitably lose. Obviously, I don't like this option. But you can't be big fans of it either. If I lose, the world will learn that David ASHUR was killed by an android that he programmed. And every customer you've ever had, and every lawyer they've ever seen on TV, every firebrand, stabbing, young 60-year-old junior senator looking to make a name for themselves. Young 60-year-old junior senator will use your company balance sheet as their personal chew toy. The company's more than capable of, after which the state still might just gobble you whole, and throw down enough sanctions to deperson whomever among you cries no fair. The company and its allies at the Capitol can more than fend for themselves. Yes, probably, but not definitely. It makes it a gamble. Still my turn to talk. Not option 2. You cooperate with me. I use what you give me, or forge for me, to win a trial, proving that David wasn't killed by an android. When the markets open tomorrow morning, you will get another round of stock buybacks in on the initial dip. Then pat yourselves on the back for staying calm as you continue to profit off of David's legacy for the next 100 years. And you won't even have to worry about him speaking out of turn. That's only if you win. If the company cooperates with you, denies that David was killed by, the state beats you anyway, it would be catastrophic. Yeah, it's a gamble. But if at least some of your board wasn't considering taking it, I wouldn't be here. We're all busy people, and I'd hate to drive a wedge between such a close-knit group of friends, so how about this? Option 3, hedge your bets. What? Put a little on the black, put a little on red. Spread the love, and lower your risk profile. Don't make any statements. About the trial, tell the media the state's got your windpipe and of ice. Wait till just before the markets open Monday morning to send out your PR packages for rubber stamping. After you already know who's won. One way or another, this trial will be over before the end of the day. You'll never hear from me again. So just don't shut me out completely for another few hours. And does anybody second that motion? Very well. I can answer some of your questions, Counselor. If I make them count, then no reason to be shy now. The poison that killed David ASHUR has been identified as serotonin. You're familiar? It's one of our many patented materials, as I recall. We called it pretty easily yesterday, and gee, what's changed? But intellectual property law can be very complex, Counselor. I'm not sure how much I or anyone at the company could tell you about serotonin at this time. Well, if you can't tell me about it, who could? You did lead its development, didn't you? Yes, I oversaw the project. It just makes it that much harder to speak freely without compromising the confidentiality of the teams that reported to me. I understand. That sounds like bullshit, and I don't believe it. I'm not asking for trade secrets here. It's a perfect match for the only foreign substance found in his blood. Serotonin is what killed him. The state will say the same. That's not possible. Care to elaborate? I'm sorry, but I can't say any more at this time. So much for cooperating. If I were to ask you as an officer of the court, then I would ask you to be patient and wait until this afternoon. ADA Rockford has already called me to testify. Already? Damn it! I got cocky because of the cops' late arrival. I must have gone straight for the first thing this morning and left the investigating for later. Oh. Knowing her, she probably managed to ID the serotonin before she went to bed last night. So are we still having this conversation then? As I said, I'm sorry. But I have to take more than just my personal feelings into consideration here. There's a great deal at stake. Corporate speak for, you're too stupid to understand why I'm being dense. You're just trying to shield the company, plain and simple. Lopping as Helen Jean d'Arc on a crusade against government overreach. If she's that busy defending Noble, she might be leaving herself unguarded. Why is she here anyway? Why am I speaking to her and not her lawyers? That's right. This is a vulnerable position for her. She wouldn't put herself in check like this. Not unless she was forced to. Ooh, hello! So that's it. Acting as their mouthpiece isn't some honor for her. Alright. We're cross-examining you. Let's cook. It's just a punishment. She's being used as a meat shield. You're upset with her. Perhaps even suspicious of her. Time to find out why. Whatever else the court ends up labeling her, Sarah is a remarkably lifelike android. Had things worked out differently, you might have wanted her as the A16 poster girl, or A17, or 18. Could have driven a lot of sales, her cute little pout projected across the sides of skyscrapers. A hypothetical of a hypothetical. As has been made tragically obvious to all of us, that android is nothing like the A16. That it may yet be associated with our products going forward is nothing more than a massive liability. They're preparing their scapegoat, much like the patterns of companies installing new female CEOs when they're going through rough times so they have someone to blame for the downturn. Yeah. Yet you wouldn't have the A16 without her. If they could take her apart and learn from her, they could have the world. So the motive to try and pry Sarah away from him? We didn't deal a new card here. Has David's will been located? It had never gone anywhere. It's still in a safety deposit box. We'll retrieve it and have it read once all the unknowns surrounding his death have been made into knowns. David's will hasn't even become part of the equation yet. Might not be for weeks at that rate. Is that calculated though? I have to admit I'm surprised you aren't more shaken up today, Miss Jung. I'm processing. After all, you and David did have a history. You started at the same time, didn't you? Yes, we were colleagues and cordial with one another. Seems like a very mean point to pry on. How mean-spirited do we want to be today? Is a comedy manager for having friends? Sarah's worth a lot of money, in part because her creator isn't around to replicate her. Are you all hoping to take her by force and reverse engineer her once David was out of the way? Don't be absurd. The machine is nothing but lawsuits and congressional hearings and PR nightmares waiting to happen. Oof! Destroyed. Yeah, they want her out of the question. That deals us. Aren't you dragging your feet? Afraid that there's something in that will you'd rather not have see the light of day? You're not jealous in-laws who've been bribing the county sheriff, counselor. Oof. Mean. The king is just dead. It's just death. Don't be so modest. You helped him create the one-point doctrine that saved the company. This is a gross exaggeration. Noble is far too large an organization to be affected by the contributions of any single individual. Suppose you're right. No one person could change Noble's fortunes overnight. Except for David ASHUR, of course. But he was a once-in-a-generation talent. The guy Noble chose for the advertisements and the one they commissioned editorials about. Sorry, you're right. I shouldn't have equated the two of you. Ooh, let's hope his one-point doctrine doesn't fall out of the favor now that he's gone. Yes, well, we certainly wouldn't want that. Well, she didn't exactly explode with rage, but she definitely reacted. There was real jealousy there. Whether it ever boiled over, though. Ooh. Ooh, is this a thing that we can... No, this is a new topic. We can come back to David's will to get a 1. I didn't mean to pry about your relationship with David, or lack thereof. I suppose I'm just curious about his standing inside of Noble as a whole. David ASHUR was, and always will be, an outstanding contributor to the company's forward progress. Alright, nothing will ever change that. Not even if he was... Not even if he was... Yeah. Not even if he was killed by one of his own creations. That would be, of course, a tragic element that would call for a reconsideration of his legacy. She was almost off guard there. She was surprised for me to be asking about Sarah ruining his reputation. David never angered the board. Besides Sarah, David's reputation was crystal clean. He never went against the company once, did he? Was I mistaken and he and Noble were on bad terms? In that case, I might get the impression that some parts of leadership were actually glad to see him taken off the chessboard. That is not... something buzzing in your ear. Fine. I suppose it makes no difference if you hear it now or at the trial. Over your feet or on your feet tomorrow. David ASHUR was being sued by the company for breach of contract. Oh! Satisfied. Now we're talking. And the will? Breach of contract. We'll stay. Well, then I suppose that's... blackjack. Okay, those segments are growing on me as sort of investigation, as fun little confrontation segments. Cross-examinations, even. So you couldn't have mentioned this breach of contract earlier. Not without complicating the company's position, not necessarily, no. There's no hiding it at this point, and it'll all come out soon enough. There's a paper trail. Much more than that. We've been making moves to let him go for some time. Oh! Noble Electronics parting ways with David ASHUR. Must have been one hell of a breach of contract. What'd he do? He betrayed the confidence of the board. Huh. Was he contesting the suit? Putting up a fight? Engaging in a legal battle against a mega corporation without even telling me? So recently, yes. I mean, until he died? How recently? We spoke on Friday. That was what you two talked about in his parlor. No, this was earlier in the day. We were in this room, actually. Him, me, and several members of our legal department. It was an arbitration. And did you come to an agreement? A compromise. He would resign from his position in 2 quarters, foregoing royalties on any products we would develop after the next 24 months. In exchange, he wouldn't be publicly fired, and he would still be credited on all past, present, and future filings. How very reasonable. On paper, maybe. No matter what the deal was, letting go of David ASHUR is insanity. Reasonable, yes. We ended on a good note, I like to think. We shook hands, even took a photo. Huh. Yeah, that looks... lovely. Huh. Something funny? Didn't know the board told jokes? They don't. That was legal, expressing their displeasure with how much paperwork my good note ending left them stuck with. Yeah, that... David looks confused and depressed. Yeah, like he hasn't heard a word they said. Real. Honestly. Children. It was just one night of overtime. So while they were spending their Friday night blowing the ink dry, you paid to visit David's penthouse. I think that's unfinished. Professionally, it was a good meeting. There was no yelling, no finger pointing. Much cleaner than expected. But Dr. ASHUR did not want to retire. He didn't want to be forced out of the company when he was the one who... He was so spaced out, yeah. But he had contributed so much. I didn't enjoy doing that to him, so I came over that night to apologize to him. We talked, reminisced. We brought out the drinks. I thought we'd be toasting to a new day. A few minutes later, he was dead. Because of that AI. That AI. Any idea how it came to be? As I said, I had no idea he was working on it. My question was more broad than that. If you really believe David built an AI, how do you think he did it? How does Noble Electronics think he managed to work around the tenants? It's quite beyond my area of expertise. And no one at the company could call themselves an expert in illegal technology. But some in the R&D department have theorized that he created what they call a wax-wane decaying priority loop. Which, as I understand, is an unstable, resource-intensive theoretical method for pseudo-randomizing the weight around passed amongst preset tenants. Well, about as far off target as it gets with that guess. That kind of inelegant, brute-force nonsense seems a far cry from the kind of thing David would create, and I seem to have taken us over our allotted time slot. I didn't even get to wave goodbye. You're serious about this trial. Don't I look it? You're not just making a play. You're actually going to defend that thing. I'm just defending myself, Miss Jung. Oh yes, of course you are. My mistake. I hoped you might be rooting for me, to tell you the truth. May yet save everyone's stock options. The stock options will be alright either way. They always are. That gamble I offered your board. Which outcome would you bet on? Finally, an easy question. What I would bet is that whatever the outcome, the company will eat it up and shit it out with very little difficulty. Well, you painted an ugly picture back there, but I've already seen the future. And it's just another marketing gimmick. The great Dr. ASHUR. Too smart, too bold, too far ahead of his time. What spark of his genius remains buried in the inspired animate 19? Huh, I guess it depends on... You were exactly right. He is more valuable to Noble as a dead man. Dead men can't step out of line, with their foot in their mouth, or hold politically inconvenient opinions. To a good salesperson, a dead man is just another selling point. Pardon my outburst. Just tired. It's been a very long week for me. What would you prefer for your afternoon, then, Dr. Jung? No one calls me doctor. Ask them not to. Didn't want the title? At times I have thought very little of it. The PhD I earned from a Noble-owned school. Biochemistry. Couldn't have been a large department at Noble before they started work on more androids in earnest. They probably didn't have many expectations for the program back when she was a part of it. I was proud of it when I first got it. Something changed? It never seemed to catch on. I didn't use it, so eventually I... Respect thing? I told people not to use it. A very high IQ social power play, you understand. And David never insisted that people use it either. That's very different, and I think you know it. David ASHUR didn't have to. Sexism. Yep. Yep. I'm going into this trial. My trial. With a lot less ammunition than I'd like. God, Arbitration. Misogyny. Whew. God, she very clearly had the power in this scenario. But she also very clearly... It really does feel like... Let's go, Sarah! Yeah! Do it for her, and do it for her, our daughter. She's good at lots of things. She's good at so many things. I guess the point I was thinking of making was that it really feels like whatever David was up to, that he fell afoul of the board. Like, there's very clearly tension. There's very clearly tension between Helen and David. Is it enough to call it motive? Motive? Now, Morgan, how could you kill your bestie? Or Jung, how could you kill your bestie? Right, honestly. One thing we do not entertain though is Sarah would never kill her. Sarah would never kill her dad. Sarah would never kill her dad. For real. Oh, for real. But yeah, feels like Sarah is our luck intruder. Felix should confess to a murder he didn't do, just for kicks. Just to get someone else out of a crime. God, yeah, this really is just Turnabout Sisters. This really is just Turnabout Sisters with extra steps. Now we're taking on the same crime with a very dark, very different tone, and we're all just kind of dying here.